also. And he mentioned how delighted he was for the conference to happen, and he noted that the theme was actually justified on the basis that technology has become the driver of economic growth and has come in to solve business needs. It is also remarkable that, he said, we have found partners in this with Yuri, again thanking Yuri, to collaborate with UTAM. The next speaker was Professor Chibuka Msoki, who gave an overview of this conference and the past ones. It looks like she started from the third one up to the current one. And what I noted is that this is the first one in an academic environment. The rest I can see were in a hotel, hotels actually. And the last three in Silver Springs. So here I think we benefited bringing a conference to an academic or skills environment. And she left to us the task of thinking out the theme for the next ICTM conference, ICTM 21. For now, she presented embracing transformation towards management through ICTs, and then normalizing virtuality in developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a theme for your thought. It is not written in stone. It can be changed, and it will be changed as you bring in ideas. I came in as chair of the organizing committee and noted that we had 8 innovations, and remarkably, a tour of Yuri by none other than Dr. Kamugasha seated here. It was so informative, and we noted that we need to utilize this place. UTAM in particular will be bringing students here. We were going to start on that, except that COVID-19 lockdown slowed that process a bit. And for those listening and those here, UTAM has an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding with Yuri. We have already had the plenaries. It's quite a number. We had 3 keynote speeches already. 2 are coming today from remarkable professors, by the way. So I want to encourage you to tune in, those who are online and those who are around to attend. One by Professor Charles Kwesiga, the Executive Director of Yuri, and the other by Professor A. Kasozi, who will be streaming from the USA. Both are remarkable people and have contributed to the development of Uganda quite ably and significantly. We cannot forget Dr. Dick Kamugasha's presentation. It left a lot of us wanting more of it because a lot of the information was practical. It was informing us on how we can process our innovations, the point of getting IPs. And I just asked him to write up something for us, which we shall put in the book of proceedings of this conference. We need that information, Dr. Kamugasha, very, very seriously, because I want to believe that a number of our students are discouraged because they don't know what to do with those innovations. They think it is something they do for certificates, but not for their livelihoods. I think we need to move a step. We had Mugi, as he likes to call himself, Mr. Patrick Mugisha from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, actually reinforcing what Dr. Kamugasha had said. The role of innovation and IP in development. Very interesting. Then I came on to talk about where we should be at. I do believe that Professor Kwesiga is going to reinforce that with more practical examples. My argument was that we shouldn't be talking of the new normal or post-COVID, because what we are doing right now is a normal elsewhere. We are probably over 20 years behind. We had then a presentation from Mrs. Christine Mujimba, Director of ICT and Research in the Uganda Communications Commission, who outlined the challenges of OIR and then the opportunities, calling on academia, institutions like UTAM to take the lead. We also had a talk from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sadiq, leveraging neuroscience for strategic leadership and management. I realized that as he spoke, I could understand why he's always tensed. Because he was showing us some diagrams of where our thinking is originating and why you become so tensed. But I know that, Professor, you left a lot of us behind. I think we shall need to unpack that a little more to save our brains. But neuroscience is not an ordinary course, or, but I know those people who are doing psychology, some of them go into it. But this was an application for strategic leadership and management. So it was talking to managers. I don't know how many noticed that. Then we had Professor Judy Bijon, Professor of Information Systems, College of Science, Engineering and Technology at the University of South Africa. A lot of her presentation was on how to use visualizations in the 4IR era. I remember she had diagrams here, tables, and so on, and how this could be used effectively in management of knowledge and innovations. We had then Professor Olbai, Chief Academic Officer at Marifa Education, Kenya, member of Kenya College of Accountants Council, and chair of the University Council of Cavendish University, Uganda. actually Cavendish University, Uganda, and Cavendish University, Zambia as well. His argument was that, or advice, Africa needs great universities in the fourth industrial revolution. I think Mr. Kawekwa over there countered with a number of questions about how that could be done, looking at the systemic flaws in most of the African countries. But it was really a very strong message to us in universities. We had a number of papers presented, so many to go through here. Computerized system for continuous assessment, diagnosis of risk response planning, impact of electricity, by different presenters. And then came a very moving talk from Dr. Hakim Ajonbadi, Department of Strategy Management and Marketing at Birmingham City University. He was advising us that the future is not born of complacency. And in that, in the 21st century, we need to work a little harder. We should stop waiting for solutions from Europe and developed countries. Although he had some good news saying that we do not need to reinvent the wheels. We had then a second breakaway, as it is called in the timetable, though these presentations came in sequence, of which two were posted to present today. And that is Mr. Chibuka Msoke, as well as Adam Gaba. Now, looking at all of that, one starts to wonder presenters shouldn't be part of the think tank. I think tank. The idea is that a lot of these ideas still need, I think, channels of implementing workable ideas that are presented. Also, I noted from the presentations that we were meditating the lack of development, especially us, the so-called educated. I find us, the educated, including myself, leading the public sometimes the wrong way. Number of things. The other day I was trying to buy something to add to my radiator. Those things help in preventing rust. But then the person selling me this was telling me it is an antifreeze also. I'm telling him that, you see, in Uganda, we rarely get snow. So why are you selling us these antifreeze liquids? If you sell it to me as something that depresses boiling, yes, I can understand, because temperatures here are high. A lot of things we have adopted without actually digesting why they were made. As I was coming this morning, there was one radio talking about weddings. Then That's when I understood that these days they are wedding planners. And I said, wow. And then the argument was about what shoes should be worn in the white gown. And then I was wondering, what is this thing about the white gown? Even where people have been married for 10 years, have kids, it's a white gown. You say, wow. Then there was the argument about the high heels, which ladies like to put on. When I was in England, I was meant to understand that one of the functions of the high heels is to lift up the back for those who don't have big bottoms. So it helps those people over there. But in Africa, where our ladies are endowed heavily with the behind, then I started to understand why when Africans put on high heels, they tend to look funny as they walk. Then we copy the lipstick. Some others put on, well, Europe is very harsh, so you need a lip Vaseline to keep your lips white and therefore prevent cracking. Here it is a fashion. The ladies over there paint their lips red and so on. Basically, they don't have big lips. So it is reasonable to paint them. But for us, our lips are fairly big. And when our ladies paint them, they start to look funny. You can imagine big lips painted red and you say, wow, what is this? Yes. So we copy these things willy-nilly. Yeah, we copy, then in that radio, one lady, I understand, demanded country music on her wedding. Country music, this is Western music, way down in the US, or sometimes even in Europe. See the country music. For somebody who didn't grow up in the US, I don't know what sense she makes of that. I thought we have our traditional music, which could serve more appropriately. So we copy these things, and that copying is led by us, the so-called educated. I've seen that when you are in the village, one indicator of your education is, for example, painting your lips. Yes? Or wearing high heels. In the same way, we seem to be adopting technologies. We copy. We simply copy. So we find that quite often we copy technologies that are of no use to us, or which were not really designed for us. So we end up always customizing instead of innovating. I get very, sometimes annoyed when I look at the proposals of students. Always adoption model of the management information system, adoption model. Say, why do we have to adopt? Instead of innovating, adopt. But you can see this adoption playing out in our public life, as I've said earlier. It's the same thing. The way we buy antifreezing liquids to pour into our cars here is the way we take technologies, softwares, and so on. And this is because we don't innovate. The fact that we have a mix of industrial revolutions, therefore, is not surprising. The mix comes as a result of us adopting. We adopt as far as we can afford, our capacity to pay for those technologies, more than adopting for needs. And this explains the digital gap in summary. But going back to the adoption of technologies in our education systems, we see technology offering open environments like this. We can talk here and the whole world can listen. But we fear these open environments as lecturers. We fear these. For example, you give an assignment and a student comes back with a new method of doing something. And you say, hey, where did you get that? Instead of you as a lecturer reading through, you cross that out. You teach algorithms. The student comes out with a new way of dealing with these algorithms. And you say, no, that's wrong. We very fond of marking wrong anything that deviates from our comfort zones. It's like you are seated here comfortably, air conditioning and food and everything. And when you peep outside there's chaos. And you fear to go in there and sort out the chaos. We fear, we look into these environments, virtual environments, and say, You can imagine, and I applaud you, the team who are actually streaming this. How many people looked into this and said, me, I can't. But you were brave enough to say, no, we will take it on. Thank you for that. But in doing so, you can see you have broken ground. Yes. I won't be surprised if you are invited somewhere else for the same. People are asking you, how did you do it? Well, it's time for you to make some money. That's what I believe, and I wish you do. But this kind of facing challenges and solving them using technology is lacking. Some of you are able can read about Dole. He's an educator, and he was saying, for us to learn and innovate, we need what we call open environments. For him, these are dirty environments. They are never orderly. Indeed, you as an example who are streaming, if you remember from Sunday, there was no order here. People talking this, others saying, no, put the TV here. Others, no, it should be at the side. Say, no, let's use Zoom, let's use the other. Bundles are not enough. That's a kind of open environment. It is different from if you came here and Dennis over there gave you orders. Yeah. You obeyed, sit here. Your duty is going to be this. You Anita, sit there. You know, you'd have gone away not really learning much. But now that you have done it yourself, in a dirty environment, it is dirty because it lacks order. And it is you to make it orderly, to do, for the technology to do what you want. We fear that as Africans. So we need a lot more freedom of thought, even at our institutions of learning. Personally, I encourage and I prefer students who challenge me. I feel disappointed when after talking for maybe 10, 15 minutes, there's no student asking a question. I get disturbed because even to me, some of the things I read are disturbing. Yeah. When people start talk about artificial intelligence and I peep there and say, hey, what is going to happen to us as human beings? And you ask a student and you say, do you understand? Yes. Do you have any question? No. You say, we are in trouble. Because, you know, if somebody goes through what you're doing, you know, this computer science, you know, software engineering, and they don't have questions, then you know they have learned nothing. There should be questions leading them to innovate, leading them to find ways of applying what you have taught. But I'll stop here, I think. I wanted to warm up the people attending, and I want to hand over to the Masters of Ceremony, Mr. Aine and Eugene. I hope we have more people here. My idea was just to warm up the environment. Thank you for the opportunity you gave me. Yes,
Yarama Inoi. Yarama Inoi. Good morning, everybody. I want to thank God for this day. This is our last day, by the way. I want to thank each and every person here for the good job done, especially the management of UD, Dennis, Sherry, and your colleagues, the management of UTAM. Of course, I cannot forget our Dr. Kamugasha. Thank you very much for everything. We really appreciate. However, they say that where there are children of God, even other people can come in and do what? And disorganize. Yesterday we had a disappointment by our colleagues losing their bags, their wallets from their handbags. It was unfortunate. So today, we have to be vigilant. I thought we are the same family. I left here my laptop, I went to town, I left here my phone, everything. So when they told me, I said, oh my God. Anyway, it was not a good thing. So Faith lost her wallet rather, and Mary lost her wallet, and it was picked from their handbags. So it was unfortunate. So this time we have to be vigilant. I don't know, maybe the ICT team, if they have just got the footages, I am not sure about that. But if there is any way we can help them, please let us make sure we help them. Our today's program is not very long, but it is crucial. We have registered as usual online. We are going to have our prayers. And the person who did not sing yesterday, I think is Sherry. Sharon, you will come here and give us a word of prayer. Then, Sharon, Arnitwe. We are supposed to have a keynote address from Professor Kwesiga, Director Yuri, but anytime he reaches, we shall be able to give him time and give us the address. Then we shall know when break tea is available. Then we proceed with our break tea. We have key speakers today, presenters. This is the order. We shall have Professor Chiwuka Musoki, Uganda Technology and Management University. And she will be presenting on conditions and employee motivation in micro enterprises in Mukono district. Then we shall also have Adam Gabamubi, and August Stephen. These are online, and they represent on effect of blended learning on educating children in internally displaced persons camps in northeast of Nigeria. Then from there, we shall have Dr. Tukey, Joseph Mike, and he has 4 presentations, but we shall first give him 2 presentations. Then one is on strengthening the linkages of evaluation and research, a critical analysis of Uganda policy UPF. This is the Department of Canon Unit, and he would be working with S. Virungi from Bara University, Science of Technology. From there, we shall have management and performance of Uganda Police Force, still Canon Unit. Then this one will be presented by him and Chisto LM from Uganda Management Institute, and also S. Virungi from Bara University of Science and Technology. Then we shall also have a presenter on financial literacy and performance of women-owned enterprises in the healthcare sector in Kampala district. Ms. Josette Sanyumutebi, entrepreneur, and Mejan Triahewa, Uganda Technology and Management University. This will be online. Then we shall have Gwocharia Barbara presenting on the effect of COVID-19 on the Ugandan microeconomy. She's from Uganda Technology and Management University, and she'll also be online. We're expecting also another presenter called Mr. Ed Chams. He will be presenting on polarity and similarity measures towards classifying and article on food insecurity. Then we shall have again Dr. GM Okwadituke on workplace environment and reward mechanisms in Uganda Police Health Services in Zambia, with Dr. M. Mohammed from Martech Business School and Dr. Ongodia Kampala International University. Then we shall have also a keynote speaker on the role of free institutions and minds in the development of technical societies. Professor Abud B. Kasozi, Research Associate, Makerere Institute of Social Research, Founding Executive Director of Uganda National Council for Higher Education, and he will be online purely. Then we shall have concluding remarks from one and only the VC UTAM, Professor Yusuf Sadiq. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call Shari Arunitwi to come and give us a word of prayer this morning as we start our conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's humble ourselves. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, I thank you for the new mercies you've shown us this morning. We thank you for the joys that you've shown us this morning. Father, I pray that as we go through this international conference, that it will go smoothly and through your intervention. And we thank you so far that what we have gone through, it has not been by our strength, but by your strength. And we pray that all goes well towards this end. In Jesus' mighty name, I pray.
Amen. Your boss has said, now he has given you a rank of Reverend Canon for the UD Institute. Without wasting much of our time, I would like to call Dr. Chibuka Msoke. I apologize, Professor Chibuka Msoke. Martha? Cyrus Chibuka Msoke also, right? Yeah, thank you very much. Let's hear from his own. But before we proceed, we have ethics that will be guiding us throughout the day. We have understood that most of the people, especially the participants who are not here, who are online, are trying to abuse our regulations. We need to mute our microphones because sometimes the background noise is not good for the benefit of our conference. Then 2, time management. Our participants online, we have a timer here. We shall be timing you and we are only given 10 minutes. Then we shall have also, in case there are questions that need to be asked, we shall admit them online. Then our administrator is working on it, on how we shall be getting those questions. Then for here, even the presenters here will be given 10 minutes and we shall have a timer to time them. So in case we come in and say, please try to summarize, don't wait, summarize as we proceed with other participants or presenters. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes. Cyrus, you are please. Can you start?
Well, my topic today is on working condition and employee performance in micro enterprises in Mukono. I looked at this area to see how employees can be motivated vis-a-vis their working performance on the high burnout levels, namely emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and low personal accomplishment due to the heavy workload and organizational factors. In most instances, most companies overwork their employees. They're bombarded with so much work in that there's low self-esteem. Someone cannot be able to have time for themselves. With this sector, I considered Mukono district because there's so we're in distribution. On of that, 60% of these are in the central region, while 80%? 8% are in the northern region. Well, my general objective was to examine the working conditions and employee performance in the micro enterprises. With the literature review, I considered the theories of the drive theory and the goal setting theory, and my methodology and my research. conditions and their relations of working conditions with employee performance. I also used to assess in the structured questionnaire. I also use a mixed method approach for both quantitative and qualitative approach, where the qualitative was used to understand the problem and perspective of respondents to obtain the information. My data collection methods were interview guides and document review. And in my study population, I considered 10 micro enterprises. This was a statistics review, both 2001, 2002, of which in most micro enterprises have the top management, middle management, supervisors, and administrative staff. In this area, I considered my sample space was 200 respondents, out of which I supplied 147 questionnaires. Out of the 147, I got back 110, which gave me a 76% respondents to my research. With my findings, and my objective one being on health and safety, I use a Pearson correlation to test for a relationship, and on my results, I got a strong positive correlation, which was at 0.729. And to test for the significance, I used the chi-square test, which gave a result of 0.00. That's a significant relation. With the conclusion, there was a positive significance that when you improve health and safety, you would improve the motivation of the employees. My second objective My second objective, I also considered the same methods. I use a Pearson correlation and the chi-square test to test for significance. With a Pearson correlation, I got a 0.69, which gave a strong positive correlation between motivation and employee benefits. This means that if employees are given more benefits, which could be leave, which would be bonuses at the end of the month, which would be recognitions, here it would have a direct impact on their performance, which would grow substantially. My third objective was the organizational culture. This looks at what are the norms in the current culture, the current workplace environment. Do we have an employee of the month? Do we have employees being shown they're taken care of by the employers? Are they given other benefits? Is there a leave? Are there promotions for them if they succeed? So with this, I found with using the Pearson correlation, there was also a strong positive correlation, which gave me a coefficient of 0.59%. And with the chi-square test, just for significancy, it gave a result of 0.00, which was also significant. On my fourth objective, which was a relation with all the three variables and motivation, that is health and safety, employee benefits, organizational culture, and motivation, I considered the regression analysis, which gave, with the results, I got a positive relation of 0.87, which means the individual variables explain 76%. Yes?
Hello?
Hello?
You have 3 minutes left, please.
Yes.
Try to hurry.
Which gives 76% of the motivation relation, which was significant. And with the overall p-value I got a 0.00 result, which was also good. which means my independent variables will directly affect the dependent variable of motivation. Where my R was a coefficient of correlation and R squared, which represented coefficient of determination. This was showing how the independent variables explain how the independent variables influence the dependent variables. That's if when we increase health and safety, this will increase motivation by 0.447%. And when you also boost up employee benefits, this will affect motivation by 0.44%, and also organizational culture by 0.5%. And a constant variable at 1.6%, meaning if all these are not improved upon, motivation will be affected by 1.69%, which would affect how employees will attain to work, what will motivate them, how they would move, how they would go by their day to day, and also move the company to greater heights. I would come to summarize that my findings were significant and they definitely affected motivation in workplace environments and the companies with my case study in Mokona district. I would like to also thank Utamu for the opportunity to present to this forum here. I also thank my doctor and Dr. Martha Chibukamsoke for helping me out through the entire process, and Dr. Aupal, who was my mentor also with this process. I thank you very much for your time. Hello?
Thank you very much, Mr. Cyrus.
Yes.
Welcome. Thank you very much for your presentation. And you will just receive some questions online. Then we can, and she will be presenting on the effect of COVID-19 on the Ugandan microeconomy. And she's
Are you there? Hello, Madam Gochalia. Are you there? Please, if you are not ready, we can put on somebody in the meantime. Hello. Hello. I think, yeah.
you can prepare yourself for the while. We are also running a poll. We all know the purpose of the poll. We want to check ourselves and see in this country, are we blessing this or any other systems? So in case you're online, please try to look at that poll and give us the feedback. The question is already posed, and please endeavor to reply. I'm not seeing Dr. Tukey in. Dr. Tukei will be taking us on the role of inputs in enhancing performance of the Uganda Police Canine Unit. And Dr. Tukei is a senior lecturer and the Dean of Graduate School of Uganda Technology and Management University. And he'll be presenting with Dr. Chizito Elem, Uganda Management Institute, and S. Birungi, Mbara University of Science and Technology. Dr. Tukei will be presenting on the role of inputs in a performance of the Uganda Police Canine Unit. Barbara, are you there? How about Adam Gaba, Obi? How about Josette and Mission? Josette and Mission? We have strengthening leakages of evaluation and research by Dr. Tukei, enhancing process management and performance of Uganda Police, Tukei, leadership style, Tukei, then the effect of COVID-19 on Ugandan microeconomy, Barbara Gosharia. Then we have effect on blended learning on education children, internally displaced persons, camps in Northeast Nigeria by Adam Gabamobi and August Steven. Chamuzi.
Yes, please. I'm available, James Andrew. Hello.
Mr. Chamuzi, you are most welcome.
I'm available.
Mr. Chamuzi will be presenting polarity and similarity measures towards classifying an article on food insecurity. Mr. Chamuzi, you are most welcome. You can. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Shams, try to unmute your microphone.
Mr. Andre Ruchamzi, are you there?
Yes, I'm available. Am I ready to present? Should I present?
Start your presentation, please.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is my presentation visible? Hello? 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 Hello, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, Mr. Chams, we can see your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm called Richard Andrew.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I'm called Richard Andrew, a PhD student at MUST. At MUST, my PhD is on coming up with better models to track food scarcity from web and phone data sets. Today's presentation, polarity and similarity measures towards classifying an article on food insecurity. I'm being guided by two supervisors, Associate Professor Ngubiri and Dr. Okoli Washington. In this presentation, we are coming up with manual features to model food insecurity. Today, it is possible to come up with automatic features. The question is, why are we going manual? The manual features we are suggesting are different from automatic features. So we are seeing an opportunity of combining these two features to come up with better performance. The focus is on proposing polarity and similarity measures as features in classifying if an article is on food scarcity or not. Significance of the study. We are coming up with a model to track conversations of food insecurity in articles. This can be informative to stakeholders in taking appropriate action as far as food insecurity is concerned. How sure are we what we are suggesting are potential futures? Let's begin with polarity. An article on food scarcity. Food scarcity is something negative, something bad. So we are using this opportunity of negativity to model food scarcity. But we have a challenge. Some articles could be on other articles, yet they are negative. So how do we resolve this conflict? We chose to ignore this limitation to see what happens. It could be possible that this limitation is negligible. Similarity. Just imagine you have articles that are on food scarcity. You will find that if you read those articles on food scarcity, have high similarity among themselves compared to the similarity between an article on food scarcity and on something else. So the question, how do we model similarity to be used? We came up with a bunch of phrases, sentences on food scarcity. So we measured similarity between these bunch of phrases and each article. Our target was to have high similarity for those articles on food scarcity and have low similarity for those articles on something else. This is a quick procedure we took. We used articles from Monitor website using a scraper tool, which automatically downloaded the articles we needed. The articles that were on food security were given a label 1, and the rest were given 0. When it came to similarity measure, we utilized a cosine metric to come up with similarity measures. When it came to polarity, we used a library called TextPlob. This is one of the simplest libraries to generate polarities. We trained our data set on two classifiers, NBS and KNN. At the end of the day, here are the average polarities for the two classes, those ones on food scarcity and something else. As you can observe, the averages are different. If they were the same, then we would have a problem. This means polarity provides some level of discrimination between these articles, though the discrimination is not exciting because they are too close to one another. We also came up with average similarities for the two classes of articles on food scarcity and something else. Here we have the discrimination, which is high between classes compared with polarity. After training, we found out that the two classifiers had promising performance. As you can see, the performances are better than the random classifier. So that means these features are useful in classifying if an article is on food insecurity or not. Though the performance is not very exciting, the difference is not so big, but at least it is promising. We came up with a visualization. As you can see, still there is some discrimination. Those articles that are in gray represent articles on food scarcity. Those ones in dark spots are on other topics. So still this one, it shows that these two features are providing some level of discrimination, though there are some overlaps. I have some illustration here. Here, this is to illustrate how we generated polarity. I'm going to come up with a statement which is positive, good news. So as you can see, the polarity is positive. Let me try something else where the statement is negative. This. So it is giving us a negative figure. When it came to similarity, I said we came up with a bunch of texts on food scarcity. As you see, ending hunger, it is talking about food shortage. So let me try to generate a statement which has nothing to do with food scarcity. For example, sleeping home. As you see, there is, suppose we come up with a statement where we have something connected with food scarcity, food shortage. Yes, there is some big similarity. In conclusion, this study has demonstrated that polarity and similarity measures are useful in classifying if an article is on food insecurity or not. To improve performance, our future work considers revisiting and tuning the previous steps. 2, blending this strategy with automatically generated features. Thank you for the attention. I submit.
Thank you very much, Ruchamuzi, Mr. Ruchamuzi.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
PhD student of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Dr. GMO Tukey, Uganda Technology and Management University, with Tizito Elam, Uganda Management Institute, and S. Runji from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Dr. Tukey, you are most welcome.
Thank you so much, Masters of Ceremony, the Vice Chancellor of Fortamu, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, the Deans, Heads of Department, and all participants. Good morning. Yeah, I'm privileged to have yet again another day of presentation where we have 4 articles to share. There should have been more than that, but because of time, we have been able to prepare the 4 articles. Ladies and gentlemen, through your chair, today we are presenting something from the M&E, that is monitoring and evaluation. Ideally, we're shifting from risk management. I know yesterday we preached the gospel according to risks. Today we are going to preach gospels of monitoring and evaluation in organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, having said that, this article entitled "The Role of Inputs in Enhancing Uganda Police Canine Unit Performance" is an extract of a dissertation, objectives from the work that was shared last year, that is 2019, where I wrote a dissertation on monitoring and evaluation system and the performance in the UPF canine unit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are free presenters. We have Kizito Elem online from Uganda Management Institute. And we have also Speciosa Birungi online from Barra University of Science and Technology. We have 10 minutes to have this article presented. However, I have been informed that I can actually share 2 articles. After this, we shall also have another article on process management, still the case study of the canine unit. So ladies and gentlemen, having said that, you realize that inputs are very critical in any organization. When we talk about inputs, we are talking about resources. In management, we call them the 4 M's. 4 M's meaning money, manpower, that's the people. Then you look at materials, and then the machinery. Those are key in any organization. We have very long presentation outline, but still we have very little time. I should have talked about motivation, background, objectives, literature review, methodology, results, conclusions, and the contributions. But because of time, I may not to make this flow. So ladies and gentlemen, having said that, I would like to inform all of you listening to me online and following this presentation that inputs are key in any organization. Actually, if you do not manage your inputs very well, then you know that is a dead walking organization. Many organizations require to manage their resources very well, especially the human resources. Ladies and gentlemen, all what I can tell you here is, when we talk about monitoring and evaluation, we are talking about inputs in terms of financial, material, equipment, and personnel. You need to utilize them for the purpose of production of the designated outputs. We also know that in practice of M&E, inputs are critical if you have to impact your organization positively. Ladies and gentlemen, M&E system cannot function without proper management of inputs. Having the right skill personnel, therefore, shall address the capacity gaps. Ladies and gentlemen, human capacity is regarded as the heart of the M&E system. If you do not have the right people to do the right job at all times. Like I said earlier on, that will be a dead walking organization. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the problem in the canine unit? Inadequacy of inputs. What am I here to do? To share with you knowledge how we can resolve this all together. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of literature was required to form a basis of understanding of the problem at hand. And all what I must say is we collected a lot of literature from textbooks, from journal articles, approved dissertations and proposals, existing documents from the canine unit. All this had a purpose, and we made sure it was done. Ladies and gentlemen, did we have any kind of methodology? Yes. We used descriptive and cross-sectional research designs to collect both qualitative and quantitative data. The methods that we used were surveys, interviews, observation, and documentary analysis. And we used also a questionnaire, interview guide, observation checklist, and documentary checklist, respectively, to collect the data. This data was analyzed, and we have the results. Ladies and gentlemen, what do the results show? We realized that these results, as displayed, were significant. We ran a correlation analysis and also made sure that we went ahead to do inferential analysis, that is the regression analysis. The results show that there was a positive and significant relationship between inputs and performance of the canine unit. Ladies and gentlemen, conclusion and recommendations. The result of this study suggests that when canine handlers, finances, materials, and puppies are readily available, then the performance of the canine unit will improve. Ladies and gentlemen, what are the recommendations? Uganda Police canine unit should empower the management of its own people in running their own affairs. Especially top management of the Uganda Police Force should be able to give the capable persons within the unit, canine unit, to be able to run this because they are trained people, they are veterinary doctors. The implementer are able to improve on the living conditions of the dog handlers. Remember, if a dog handler is not handled well, then the dog will not be able to do its work. Ladies and gentlemen, without adequate resources, you will not be able to manage any project well. The contributions of the study, therefore, demonstrate that the proper management of inputs enhances canine unit performance. Practically speaking, ladies and gentlemen, the development of M&E framework was done, which was guided by the M&E system generated from the results. The framework portrays that effectiveness of an M&E process should actually lead to the better performance of the organization. That is the framework, ladies and gentlemen, displayed. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, Henry Ford said that, take all my money, remove whatever I have worked for in my entire life, but leave me with my men, and I shall become Henry Ford again. Ladies and gentlemen, what does this mean to the nation, to any organization that requires to have results? That among all the important resources that you must always keep, you must ensure that your manpower, the people will generate these other resources. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much for your kind attention. In my language, you say, Eyala Manoi.
Gochalia. Hello. She replied here that she's. Hello, Gochalia. Hello, hello, hello. Can you raise? Hello. You see? Hello, Madam Gochalia. Are you there? Hello. We have a few moments. Hello. If he's ready. Are you ready? Okay. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. I request that we go for break. Then we shall come back at 11 and we proceed with, and we shall begin with Professor Kwesiga. Thank you very much. Let's go for break.
Fine. How are you? I'm good. Introducing Uganda Technology and Management University, a leading East African state-of-the-art university located in the outskirts of Kampala. We offer courses in the fields of computing, business administration, public administration and management, monitoring and evaluation, engineering, oil and gas, and many more. UTAMO is led by a solid and seasoned university management team of high accredited professors drawn from different fields. Our facilities include well-equipped computer laboratories and spacious lecture rooms with 24-hour high-speed internet. Utamo provides a multicultural learning environment and 24/7 access to various online resources like the e-learning and e-library services. Come explore a thrilling and memorable learning experience at Utamo. Apply now online or visit us at our university campus in Bogolowi at the address shown on your screen. Utamo for an open mind. Introducing Uganda Technology and Management University, a leading East African state-of-the-art university located in the outskirts of Kampala. We offer courses in the fields of computing, business administration, public administration and management, monitoring and evaluation, engineering, oil and gas, and many more. Utamo is led by a solid and seasoned university management team of high accredited professors drawn from different fields. Our facilities include well-equipped computer laboratories and spacious lecture rooms with 24-hour high-speed internet. Utamo provides a multicultural learning environment and 24/7 access to various online resources like the e-learning and e-library services. Come explore a thrilling and memorable learning experience at Utamo. Apply now online or visit us at our university campus in Bogolowi at the address shown on your screen. Utamo for an open mind. Introducing Uganda Technology and Management University, a leading East African state-of-the-art university located in the outskirts of Kampala. We offer courses in the fields of computing, business administration, public administration and management, monitoring and evaluation, engineering, oil and gas, and many more. Utamo is led by a solid and seasoned university management team of high accredited professors drawn from different fields. Our facilities include well-equipped computer laboratories and spacious lecture rooms with 24-hour high-speed internet. Utamo provides a multicultural learning environment and 24/7 access to various online resources like the e-learning and e-library services. Come explore a thrilling and memorable learning experience at Utamo. Apply now online or visit us at our university campus in Bogolowi at the address shown on your screen. Utamo for an open mind. Introducing Uganda Technology and Management University, a leading East African state-of-the-art university located in the outskirts of Kampala. We offer courses in the fields of computing, business administration, public administration and management, monitoring and evaluation, engineering, oil and gas, and many more. Utamo is led by a solid and seasoned university management team of high accredited professors drawn from different fields. Our facilities include well-equipped computer laboratories and spacious lecture rooms with 24-hour high-speed internet. Utamo provides a multicultural learning environment and 24/7 access to various online resources like the e-learning and e-library services. Come explore a thrilling and memorable learning experience at Utamo. Apply now online or visit us at our university campus in Bogolowi at the address shown on screen. Utamo for an open mind. Introducing Uganda Technology Management University, a leading East African state-of-the-art university located in the outskirts of Kampala. We offer courses in the fields of computing, business administration, public administration and management, monitoring and evaluation, engineering, oil and gas, and many more. Utamo is led by a solid and management team of high accredited professors drawn from different fields. Our facilities include well-equipped computer laboratories and spacious lecture rooms with 24-hour speed internet. Utamo provides a multicultural learning environment and 24/7 access to various online resources like the e-learning and e-library services. Come explore a thrilling and memorable learning experience at Utamo. Apply now online or visit us at our university campus in Bogolowi at the address shown on your screen. Utamo for an open mind. Introducing Uganda Technology and Management University, a leading East African state-of-the-art university located in the outskirts of Kampala. We offer courses in the fields of computing,
Members, welcome back from members, welcome back welcome back from our breakfast. We are going to proceed with our program. We are supposed to have Professor Kwesiga, the managing director, executive director of this press, UNI. But as we are waiting for him, we are going to have a presentation from Dr. Tokei Okwadi for 10 minutes. Then we proceed with him when he enters. Thank you very much. Doctor, you are most welcome for your presentation.
Thank you so much, MC, for giving me this opportunity to present another paper on process management and performance of the Uganda Police Canine Unit. Ladies and gentlemen, this article is an extract of a dissertation that was submitted for examination. I got already an award from it, from Uganda Technology and Management University. This was the second objective in that study. Ladies and gentlemen, process management is quite critical. It is very important in any given industry. And you may realize that most organizations have got their own systems or mechanisms of which they acquire resources. And these processes, if they are not managed very well, then you are bound to have issues. Ladies and gentlemen, I only have 10 minutes to present this article. I'm wondering if there will be enough, but I will try to run through the motivation of the study, the background, objectives, literature review, methodology, results, conclusions, and contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, the motivation behind this study was because of the inefficiency and ineffectiveness of the method that was utilized by the canine unit to acquire their resources, especially the human resources. You realize that process management is critical in performance management. And in order for one to be the best performing organization, you need to hire the right people to do the right things at all times. Ladies and gentlemen, best performing organizations globally require to acquire human resources who can be relied upon at all times. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, so many struggling institutions, if you do not observe this critical process, then you are bound to have issues. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any problem at hand? Yes. What was the problem at hand then? Inadequacies in process management. What did we do? We had to carry out a study in order to help the unit have these processes managed well. Ladies and gentlemen, literature was reviewed and we collected a lot of information using the following methods: the survey method, interviews, observation, and documentary analysis. And we had to use a questionnaire, interview guide, observation checklist, documentary checklist, respectively, to be able to collect this data. We did the data analysis using SPSS, especially using the descriptive and inferential analysis. Then content analysis, ladies and gentlemen, was used for the purposes of analyzing qualitative data. Ladies and gentlemen, the results were seen to be positive and significant between process management and performance of the canine force unit, as indicated in the current slide. Ladies and gentlemen, I realize that it is very, very important for us to understand these results critically. And what are we saying? What do these results actually mean? The results indicated that when recruitment and the training of canines, training of the dogs, feeding of the dogs, and their supervisions are correctly done, performance of the canine force unit improves. Process management, therefore, is key in as far as performance is concerned, especially when it is adequately and performed very well without any interference. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, we had some conclusions and recommendations. Let's begin with the recommendations. You realize that we looked at the process of acquiring the personnel. It was a weak one because from the evidence, especially the qualitative data that was collected, you would realize that there was a lot of interferences in the recruitment process. Therefore, this study recommended that the process of acquisition of the resources, especially human resources, should be strengthened. And also, the canine unit should be empowered to be involved in the entire process of recruitment, training of these canine handlers, and also the purchase of the dogs themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, conclusively, we advise that recruitment of canine should be done in a very, very critical way, especially the canine handlers. We are saying when recruitment and the training of the canine handlers is adequately done, training of the dogs, feeding of these dogs, and the supervision is done correctly, then the performance of the canine unit will improve. Ladies and gentlemen, the study demonstrates that proper management of the Our processes enhances performance. And we made a contribution by designing a framework that the canon unit can use for monitoring and evaluating their performance. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, we are saying that if you pick the right people and give them an opportunity to spread their wings and put compensation as a carrier behind it, you almost don't have to manage them. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, I would like to thank you for listening to me. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tukey. On behalf of UTAM, Uganda Technology and Management University, I'd like to welcome Professor Kwesiga with a very big clap from the audience. Professor, in your absence, we started our conference at exactly 9. We have had different presenters, both physical and others online. And you are supposed to open this conference by your presentation, but we had to start, then we wait for you. But as you have entered, I would like to invite our Vice Chancellor of UTAM, Professor Zake, Vice Chancellor of UTAM, Professor Zake, to come and welcome, sorry, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Zake, to come and welcome the professor. I told you last time that I don't have the capacity to invite the professor at this podium. Thank you very much.
Again, thank you. Thank you very much. Fortunately, you already know the person I'm trying to invite. He has been here before in this conference. Only to say that we are very grateful, Professor Charles Kwesiga, for the way you have hosted us. And as I said yesterday, we already feel at home, and we think we are going to come back next year. So much that that's how good we are feeling. That's how fitting we feel. I don't think I have to introduce Professor Kwesiga, really. So please, you are welcome, Professor, for your speech.
Very much appreciate those your charitable remarks. It's been the speaker is not okay. So yesterday I thought I would be with you at least part of the time, but I was invited to the State House, and that ended up a very disruptive activity for my day. And when you get to that place, they take away the phones and the computers. And so from about 1:30 p.m. to 8 p.m., I had no access to my phone. And that made it really difficult to communicate with you as much as I would have wanted. I'm glad, as I entered here, Dr. Tukey was talking about selecting the right people. And that, if you add that to appropriate technology, the right people and the right technology, that would summarize my presentation. I've been notorious at doing things like that. When you go and everybody's expecting a huge presentation with statistics and pictures, and I end up making a very simple, straightforward, short statements. But they provoke you into thinking about what is really at stake. As an example, I was invited to a ministerial retreat, and they said me to talk about the status of industry in Uganda. And I come in, and all these very important people are sitting there, all of them honorables. And I get there, and I come in with nothing, not even a PowerPoint. I stood at the podium, and I said, I'm supposed to talk about the status of industry in Uganda. And I will start off by encouraging you honorables to look around this room where we were at the 5-star hotel. They look around this room and show me one item that is made in Uganda. And I started looking all over the place. So I saw somebody pick up a cup, a teacup, to see what was at the bottom, where it was made. And I quickly told the honorable, say, there's a reason they call it Chinaware. So you don't have to look where it is made, I can tell you. And they looked around, and they really, they said, well, one of them made a comment, said, we knew things were bad, but we didn't know they were this bad. Because not even the curtains were made here. And so that almost summarized my presentation. But because I had prepared some remarks, I went ahead to give them another example. Said, life of a middle-level manager in Uganda. Guy wakes up in the morning, throws off the sheets he bought in Egypt, walks into his bathroom, empaneled by sanitary tiles from India, takes a shower and uses soap made in Kenya, and goes to his breakfast table to drink juice from South Africa, picks up a phone to make the day's arrangements. The phone is made by Nokia in Finland, serviced by MTN of South Africa. Picks up, then he dons on his Italian-made suit, enters his Japanese car, drives to his office, picks up stationery from United Arab Emirates, and a pen from Pakistan. and starts his day. That was the best presentation I've ever made. Because I said, that is the status of industry that we have in our midst. And so, but more seriously, I'm here to talk about the theme of this conference is towards the fourth industrial revolution. And before we get deep into that, if this is the fourth industrial revolution we're heading to, where are we vis-a-vis the previous three? We are not yet started the first. The first industrial revolution, dating back in 1784, was characterized by the invention of the steam engine, which ushered in the mechanization of agriculture and use of water power, and steam power, and so on. And 100 years later, about 1870, that world that had started with mechanization of agriculture moved on to mass production, to assembly line concept, large, high usage of electricity, and so on. By 1969, the same had embraced the use of computers, and automation started in earnest. Now we are at the cyber-physical systems stage, and so on. But if you look around, how much have we mechanized our agriculture? Our peasant farmers comprise about 70% of 70% of our farmers are subsistence farmers. The subsistence farmer is one who can hardly feed himself and his family. On the other hand, with mechanization, a single farmer can feed many families. Countries differ, but in the United States, they estimate about close to 100 families fed by one farmer. We have yet to get out of the hand hoe. We are still using the hand hoe. Using it so much that it even is part of our political system, where people are busy distributing hoes so they can get votes to parliament. Now you can see how powerful a hand hoe is in this country. We need to move away from that. Why is all this happening? Because we are not creating enterprises. Why are we not creating enterprises? Because we are not embracing appropriate technology. The operative word there is appropriate. That's very, very critical. I've always been amused by the story that Mozambique one time went to buy agricultural machinery, and they came back with snow moving equipment. And I don't think there's any snow in Mozambique, but that was classified as agricultural machinery. So appropriate is the operative word. We are not creating enterprise because our human capital is seriously wanting. By human capital, I mean highly skilled manpower. We are not creating enterprise because we don't have infrastructure to provide affordable financing. And because of those three factors, because lack of those three factors, is making it hard for us to access the market. Even if those three factors were around, we still have a challenge of entrepreneurship. Most of our, yesterday, when I was at State House, it was because the president has created a blue ribbon presidential CEO forum. And I'm on that board. And when you could see how wanting our CEOs are, they are, I don't want to condemn anybody, but the threshold for success for our enterprises is extremely low. When they say so-and-so is successful, what do they mean? He's a little better than his neighbor. But then his neighbor is already very poor. So what does that, there's a time Museveni was talking about comparison between countries, African countries. And he said, what's the point of saying one pygmy is taller than the other? They're both very short. So let's use appropriate measures to define our success. And so entrepreneurship is important because it speaks to fiscal responsibility. It speaks to growth of the enterprise. It speaks to discipline, strong work ethic, and so on. And so so the issue of technology and human capital is where I want to focus on, because I'm not a financial, so I don't deal with the other factor directly, but the human capital and appropriate technology is what URI has developed competencies in. And that's why I cherish the opportunity to work with institutions like UTAM, because it's a technology management university at the same time university. Therefore, it is supposed to develop human capital. So we have a lot to collaborate on. So what are the technologies that are driving this change? It's called the fourth industrial revolution. And if we are moving towards that, we should be fully conversant with the technologies that are driving that revolution. First and foremost, artificial intelligence. That is the new order of things. When you talk about robots and you talk about automation, machines are showing us that they can be taught to be intelligent. Teaching intelligence has eluded us as human beings, but apparently machines are easier to make. You can influence machines to do things very intelligently and very consistently. Blockchains, the secure, decentralized, and transparent way of recording and sharing data. Data is king these days. And blockchains are the appropriate application. The digital currency, I've heard a lot about that. It is interesting because here we are saying we have not embraced the first industrial revolution, but we are talking about digital currency, which is as sophisticated as they come. But I have had significant interaction with my friend Patrick Mwehiri of Stanbic Bank. He's been recently promoted from being managing director of the Stanbic Bank Uganda. He's now the regional boss for a number of countries in Africa, Eastern, Central, and South. And so when you hear him talk about Bitcoin and digital currency, it's very impressive. You just say, well, I thought bankers were just supposed to be conduits for money, but they are up there in the fourth industrial revolution because they know they will not compete if they don't advance that levels. The computational technologies are making computers a lot smarter. And I'm glad I've lived this long because when I look back to where we started with the computation, how many of you recall, and I don't think anyone of you, has anyone of you ever used logarithms? Really? How did you end up there? Okay. How many of you use the slide rule? Huh? No? So use logarithms and then bypass the slide rule to move the calculator. Right? We have had hard time. Growing up was a pain. Yeah, that's how it was. Yeah. So, fate demanded that I go through all that torture, and every time I would suffer with we suffered with logarithms, and as soon as we were over that, they introduced the slide rule. As soon as we were over that, they introduced the calculator. So I have had to move with the technologies, and it's a story of hope. Okay? When I look back, I say, how did we do it? Okay? And the slide rule, especially, its biggest problem was putting the small point in the right place. So you are measuring the specific heat of the metal, and you make it 100 times more than it should be. I mean, you're going to flank. The digits are okay. The decimal place is wrong. Okay. So if somebody said, how tall is that guy? And you say 60 feet because of the decimal place. I mean, are you going to pass that exam? That is a person who is 60 feet high, just not working. So we have had computational technologies that have evolved over time. And another example I had, when I went to the United States in 1977, I was introduced to the computer for the first time. And we were doing something called Fortran programming. The first lesson, I was totally lost. The thing didn't make sense. But at the end of the lecture, we were given an assignment. Say, where do I start? I didn't even know how to compile my cards and put a job control language. But these guys, especially the Indian students, by the next lecture, they had the printouts. I was like, where did you get that from? But it was a required course, so I had to really pull up my socks and work hard. And eventually, and in about 2 years later, I was teaching Fortran at the university. So we've come a long way, ladies and gentlemen. Things have been made so much easier. Just apply yourselves. Life is bound to be okay. You have virtual reality. That is the immersive digital experience, okay, using virtual reality. You can, I'll provide this presentation so you don't have to scribble around. Biotechnology is, and biomolecular processes are a big deal, and robotics, I think, where is Hudson here? Yeah, Hudson and whoever works in that lab. There is a robotics lab here on this campus. Make sure you visit it, because that's showing you things to come. 3D printing is becoming a big thing. These are technologies that are driving the fourth industrial revolution. Innovative materials, the Internet of Things, energy capture, those are that's the litany of technologies we are talking about. You can see that even as recent graduates, this all stuff sounds very, very enigmatic. It's like something out of this world. But I'm glad to have embraced some of these already. Who can talk confidently about 3D printing? Don't be shy. I mean, 3 people. Okay, that's good. So I think the next presentation will be you guys, so that you can educate the rest about 3D printing. So now to Namamve, because it is an example of what we mean by leapfrogging all these industrial revolutions and to tackle the new way of doing things. And so we created we came up with a concept of going back to the going back to that chart of how do we address appropriate technology, modern technology, and impart skills that are relevant for the future development of this country. And so the concept was, we developed a concept that said we want to develop a model machining and manufacturing facility that employs state-of-the-art technologies. And I want to salute those people who have worked on this number of the project since its inception. How many are here other than Dr. Kamgasha? Are you sure? Stand up if you know you worked on this project. Because if I know you didn't, I'll just tell you, sit down. You can stand up, it's okay. So we have Dr. Kamgasha here and Boaz, but who is currently heavily involved in this project? Stand up. That's a convincing team. Huh? So these are celebrating what we started, which is a good thing. And so, but the concept initially, which we put together, in the middle of 2012 and was eventually commissioned in January 2020. That is the result of that original concept. And we, of course, we had challenges, okay? But we overcame them, okay? And what you see here is exactly what we pledged to do. We said we would build a campus on 15 acres of land. There are 17 buildings. I don't remember the floor space. And here it is. The biggest challenge was funding. And if we were the faint-hearted, we would have given up, okay? Because in 2013, one person from Ministry of Finance made a comment that this man still thinks he's in America. This is Uganda. See, what do you mean Uganda is not entitled to good things? We too can share in the spoils of technology. Come on. And so, luckily the president embraced the idea, supported us. And in March of 2014, he announced Chinese government commitment to fund this project with a $30 million grant. And after that, we didn't look back. And so, what we promised would build is exactly what we built and equipped. The focus for practical purposes is to start off with precision machined parts and progress to implements and eventually making machines themselves. And the COVID set in soon after the commissioning, the pace has been reduced. We're not moving as we would wish to. And so, but the principle of industrialization must include flexibility to respond to market demands. For example, making masks was never the project. But when there was a need for masks, you've seen what we are doing over there. Making electronic gear, that was planned because we have a full-fledged PCB laboratory. We have electronic assembly laboratory. We have embedded systems laboratory. So all these were envisaged. But what we didn't know is that in the middle of 2020, the Minister of Education would be in need of 9 million radios. So we had to quickly step the plate and be part of that process. So flexibility is important. And I hope that that lesson is picked up by our educational institutions, because unlike Utamu, there are some old institutions that are stuck to tradition. You can't make them change. Even what has failed over and over, they still want to keep it. And so then, of course, there's the aspect of training. Because when you are engaged in introducing new technologies, you must train people. The manufactured products have to be marketable products, high quality products that can generate revenues, so that we are not forever beholden to government to keep begging for support, budgetary support. We shall be generating our own revenues that can then support and sustain this project. Most critical is offering apprenticeship platforms. People who have been trained without the benefit of getting exposure to the kind of machines we have brought in need to do apprenticeship. It's important. In fact, that's a missing link, really. If you look at our training facilities, you know, the people in the people who are training in our universities, because we don't have an industrial infrastructure to give opportunity for apprenticeship, we end up a lot of times with engineers and technicians who are only theoretical, and we need to change that. And this is an opportunity for us to make sure that that we are up to speed on such things. This is the campus that we planned to build, and this is the campus that we built. This is the commissioning that happened on January 15th, 2020. And there are some of my family members happen to be around. And those of you who have never seen me in a suit, that's a chance to see, because it sometimes happens, very rare, but that was one of the days that I had to do that. That's walking around the campus with His Excellency. That's inside some of the labs and training facilities, CNCs, computerized numerical control machines, other equipment. Showing this just in case some of you who have not taken a tour, I encourage you to do that. But also, I want the world, since this is a virtual conference, to see some of the beauties we have in terms of technology. Buildings that look very modern. Challenges. Traditionally, as a research institute in Africa, underfunding and inadequate budgets for R&D is one of the biggest challenges. Part of the reason, I think, is societal ambivalence, or you know, there's a tendency for people to think that their professions are the most important in the development process. So somebody will come and say, "What do you mean you're creating industry without an enabling policy?" Hello. No legal framework for these things. What is the economic viability of what you're trying to do? We have all those things. Unfortunately, they are the majority of those professions constitute the majority, especially in the decision-making processes. And it is very unfortunate. I hope they will not withdraw the money they are promising me, but let's face it. Let's face it. We need budget for R&D. Otherwise, we shall stay as a pre-first industrial revolution country. There's a creeping scourge of intellectual dishonesty that I'm noticing around because of the self-interest and the money issue. There are people who are following, writing proposals, not because they are competent at what they are writing, but because they want the money. And that's really unfortunate. Our priorities not always correspond to those of our development partners, and which is also absurd. But because of the dependency syndrome, we have been we've been at the receiving end, and our partners will set their own priorities that are not necessarily relevant for what we are trying to do. I was I once chaired a steering committee of CEDA project at Makerere. And but the other day I was driving through Naguru area, and I saw these guys had shifted goalposts, and now they are sponsoring awareness studies in a democracy, something like that. Excuse me, what we need is industry. Okay, surely, how do you shift to something like that? Okay, and so we have to learn to be sufficient in terms of basics we need for our industrialization agenda. I know since childhood I always had the adage, he who pays the piper calls the tune. But they are calling the wrong tune. Okay? We really have to work hard and get out of that rut. Industrial and financial infrastructures are severely wanting, and there are no investment, whether from the private sector or from development partners or from government, that is adequately These 1 year cycles in budgeting, it is antithetical to industrialization process. Because to give me money to build a hall like this, and you must do it in 1 year. Otherwise, you return money to the, what do they call it, consolidated fund. I mean, these require long-term budget processes. I've talked a lot about SDGs, but their implementation continues to be elusive. There are many more challenges than these purposes of this conference. Otherwise, I could spend a whole the challenges that SMEs face. But there is one other thing that is that I consider sick humor, but I won't share it with you anyway, because under COVID, we have even what was before is the training systems have really been grossly interrupted by the current COVID pandemic. And I don't know if you have the video that they sent me on WhatsApp. Okay, there is a video. Somebody is. And what does the top line say?
Tell you.
That's what can happen when you don't get exposure to practical hands-on training. This guy passed his degree. He passed his degree, but he was trained under test online. And that's what happened in the end. It may look humorous, but the is sometimes they say that Truth is stranger than fiction. And that's what happens. I thank you very much for listening to me. And I'll entertain questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Another clap, please. Actually, I think I was almost forgetting this. Our executive directors are here, both deputy and the senior. At UTAM, we have had challenges about our students failing to have positions to carry out their internship from. Therefore, I request the management of URI, because we are here. We are not sending anybody, but we are just requesting you to kindly allow our students to carry out internship from this place of yours, because we are embracing the same cause. Thank you very much. We are proceeding with Dr.
Yeah, I want to thank you very much, Professor Kwesiga, and of course behind there, Dr. Kamugasha. Experiences that are quite relevant to the whole country. In fact, I had already requested Dr. Kamugasha to write us something from what he gave us yesterday, but one. But I want also to request Professor Kwesiga whether it is possible to write your experiences of building URI as a model for entrepreneurship, for industrial development. That is real. It is not in theory. It is what you went through, and we can practically see outcomes we are in the product that made. Professor, are we able to get a model of what you went through to get this URI working?
I'll be happy to go through it. Probably, if you can slot me in for about 20 minutes, I'll bring a presentation on transformation of an institution. That's an experience worth sharing.
Okay, thank you very much. Aine disappeared. You were calling on Dr. Tukei to present. Okay, Adam. Hello, Adam. Are you able to raise Adam?
Yes, I'm around.
Yesterday. And how is Gwochalia? We had people who failed to.
Yes, I'm around. Adam Garba is around.
Who is that? Is that Adam?
Yes, I am. I'm around.
Okay, are you ready to present something, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You think you sorted your issues of yesterday?
Yes, that of
okay. Can you go ahead?
All right, let me share my screen.
Hello? Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Can you see my screen now? Hello, can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, we
The
can
screen
hear you
can
and
be
we can
seen.
see your slides.
All right. Thank you very
Okay.
much. Good
10
morning,
minutes,
ladies
please.
and gentlemen.
Remember that?
Good morning,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to thank the management of Otamu for preparing this conference, and also thank each and everyone there trying to see me present my paper. My name is Adamu Garba, and I'm a lecturer from Federal Polytechnic Mubi, Adamawa State, Nigeria. And I'm going to present my paper, a survey paper carried out, titled Effect of Blended Learning on Educating Children in Internally Displaced Persons Camps in Northeast Nigeria. Now, in my introduction, we know that children are always the continuity of any human race on the earth. And it is also easier to train these children to become what to become in the near future, to become the leaders of any nation, than training the bigger adults. Because it is said, writing on a stone remains permanent than writing on the surface of water. And we also know that millions of children lack access to education, especially in emergency situations. And presently, a substantial number are internally displaced and are in serious situations in life, such as ill health, hunger, sexual exploitation, physical and military recruitments. So by the United Nations Charter, education is fundamental human right to all children, and it is necessary, therefore, that all children in the internally displaced camps be given the chance to get in quality education. And the quality education should both combine the face-to-face kind of teaching as well as the blended. And the blended learning strategy is essential in the IDP camps, which requires the attention of the government. Now, the IDP, as defined by the United Nations, are persons or group of persons who have been forced to flee their homes in order to evade the effects of armed battles. Now, if one can Google, if you people are following me, you can Google to see that myself, I'm one of those victims because my hometown was once taken over by those armed bandits called the Boko Haram on October 29, 2014. Therefore, I'm also a victim of circumstance. I became a refugee, I became a kind of IDP member, and that is what ignited my interest in carrying out this survey. Now, the objectives of our research was to investigate whether children in IDP camps in the Northeast states are given their fundamental human rights to education as described by the United Nations. That basic right of any child might include right to life, food, shelter, speech, and so on. Inclusively, the education should also be given as a human right. Now, secondly, was to find out the caliber of teaching, the teachers assisting to teach in the IDP camps, because we know in those camps, those teachers in those camps are not permanent teachers, they're kind of volunteers that go into those camps to go and help. And thirdly, we also try to find out whether the teachers there use the blended learning strategy in teaching children in the IDP camps in the Northeast. And fourthly, we also tried to investigate how blended learning has impacted on teaching of those students in the IDP camps in Nigeria. Now, some of the literatures consulted were these ones. Now, the method we followed in order to come up with our results was to pay a visit to 3 IDP camps in the 3 Northeast states, that is one in Yola, one in Maiduguri, and the other one in Damaturu. Those areas were visited and we had an interaction with these children and the volunteer teachers in the camps. And the data was collected in this research using face-to-face, classroom interaction, interview, and questionnaire. A total of 300 questionnaires on the effect of blended learning were distributed directly to the respondents in the IDP camps within the 3 states of Adamawa, Borno, and Yobe. That is 100 per state per camp. And simple percentage was used to analyze the data collected from the respondents within the 3 Northeast states. And we can now see the responses. The table 1 here is the responses obtained from the Yola camp in Adamawa State, and 100 questionnaires were distributed to rationally to the 50 males and then 50 females. And number of questionnaires returned. From the male side, we had 46 returned. From the female side, we had 44 returned, making 90 in all, the number of questionnaires returned. And we had 38 accepting and 34 out of the female also accepting. And those ones who said they are not, the method has not impacted on them, from the male we had 8 and the female we had 10, making the 18. And we can now see by the percentage, out of the 100, 80% have accepted the blended learning strategy and 20% did not accept. And in this table 2, these are also responses from the IDP camp in Borno State on the blended impact of blended learning on the children in the IDP camp. There also equitable rationing was done, that is 50 questionnaires to female and 50 to the males. And number of questionnaires returned. From the male side, we had 40. From the female side, we had 39, making 79 in all. And out of the male, 34 accepted that it has impacted on them, and the 30 out of the female accepted it has impacted on them, giving 64. And those ones who said no, out of the male are 6, out of the female are 9, making 15. Now, by the percentage, we can see that 81.01% have accepted the blended learning strategy, and 18.99 rejected the blended learning strategy. And table 3 here shows the response from the IDP camps in Yobe, that is that of the Damaturu in Yobe State. And also equitable rationing of the question was 50-50 for male and female, making the 100. And the number of questions returned for the male are 44, for the female are 43, making 87. And those ones who accepted that blended learning had effect on them are 40 from the male side and 37 from the female side. And those ones that rejected are 4 from the male side and 6 from the female side, making 10. And from the percentage, we can see that 88.51 accepted the blended learning strategy and 11.49 did not accept. Now, what we found out was that out of the survey carried out on the impact of blended learning in the IDP camps in Adamawa, Borno, and Yobe states, from the table 1, it shows that 80% of the children in the camp in Adamawa State agree with the fact that they are positively impacted by this method of learning, while 20% no to the new system. And table 2 also indicated 81.01% of the children in Borno State IDP camps are happy and very okay because of the kind of blended learning aspect, blending the face-to-face as well as the electronic method of teaching. And they were okay with that. And only 18.99 disagree with the new method. Then table 3 presented 88.51% of the children in IDP camps in Yobe to say yes to this hybrid method of learning, while 11.49 of the children are saying no to this hybrid system of learning. Now, in conclusion, the research established that children in the IDP camps are more at home with blended strategy. because of its own advantages. Because one, it supports peer support, that is peer-to-peer interaction. It also easy access and flexibility to information required by every child instantly. It also enhances retention because a child does at his will and over so that he has a good retention. And as well, it increases satisfaction and effectiveness in the learning of the children in IDP camps. It also boosts the soft skills of the children in the IDP camps. As it is said, education is a fundamental right of every person, a key to other human rights, the heart of all developments, the prerequisite for equity, diversity, lasting peace, and so on in the society. The children in the internally displaced persons camps, dozens of Nigerians as well as need to be given quality education. So in fact, education is one major tool for these displaced persons to be reintegrated back to the society and become useful once more. Now, what have we contributed? We found out that we acknowledge the fact that those in the IDP camps suffer from lack of viable education. So the research calls on the government, exposes to the government and educators that there is a need to revise the current curricula of learning to include those ones in the volatile situations, that is, those ones in the IDP camps. And secondly, the children in the IDP camps lack qualified and paid teachers to take care of these children, because you can recall I said it's only those volunteers that happen to be in those camps to teach those children. And this now calls on the governments, federal, state, and even the local governments to take care of those teachers trying to help our desperate kids in the IDP camps by paying them something tangible, unlike just a kind of incentives being given to them by the NGOs and other philanthropists just to help those children. So governments should come into this. It is a kind of exposure to the government to help these kids in the IDP camps by equipping those camps with some ICT equipment.
Dr. Kama,
now,
the time is up.
Okay, I'm just on the final note. So this method evaluated by this research becomes important, especially during this COVID-19 era. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gaba. You told us to check the website. It shows that if you are the one, you are an aspiring presidential candidate. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
You are an aspiring. Well, on the website, there's somebody by your names who says is a presidential aspirant. And
no, it's just a similar name, sir. It's a similar name. It doesn't mean. But it's a good wish for you. Thank you very much. Very big colours for you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. We wish you well. It is an interesting presentation in blended learning, especially for refugees. Yeah, we shall wait for your paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, now I just want to check a few people here. I don't know whether Gochalia is available finally. Gochalia.
I'm here.
Can you start right away, please? Which area still failing? Are you on? Hello? Share the screen.
Yes, hello, I'm here.
And unmute the video so we can see you, or share the screen as well so we can see your presentations. Can you open your presentation, please?
Maybe you can share my presentation from that side because I failed to share the screen.
Do you have your PowerPoint? And if you play it on your laptop.
Yes,
and
I shared.
Share this. Yeah, we can see you share the screen and then start to present. At the bottom of Zoom, you have a sharing option. Actually, it is green with an arrow pointing up. Click on that. It will give you options of what window to share. Open the presentation. It has disappeared.
Hello?
Yes, we are waiting for your presentation, madam.
Can I talk?
Okay. Talk us.
Barbara, open your presentation as if you are going to project your presentation to a class. Open it, then you share your screen.
Hello. Barbara, let us let you prepare.
Yes.
Please, can you open the presentation, please, and share the screen?
Yeah, you can have them tell her.
I want to use that. Yes. Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Thomas Ainebiona. I am a lecturer at Uganda Technology and Management University. I'm here to present my paper on the relevancy of fourth industrial revolution in the oil and gas industry. When we talk about industrial revolution, the fourth one, we are looking at most things that we are doing now, we are looking at now, where we have, let's say, Internet of Things, mobile devices, each and everything that concerns the advanced technology. However, in oil and gas sector, we have three major streams, which is upstream, midstream, and downstream. And the fourth industrial technology has been able to advance our operations in the following ways. For example, in exploration, seismic imaging is a process already embedded in data analytics and 3D visualization models. Our previous speaker was talking about 3D printing, like the one we found here at URI. Then this is used by seismologists by the assistance of geophones, which will be able to create or identify the bearing reservoirs hidden at the ground. This is the process of exploration. Exploration is the process of looking for oil, whether onshore or offshore. This is an example of 3D print in the oil and gas industry. In production, the digitalization of drilling is a potential gold mine for fields. In this case, we have the sensors. For example, when we talk about the software sensors, these are to determine which drilling methods that combine the right mixture of sand, water, and chemicals to maximize a well-used output. Then when we talk about automated drillers, that increase the production and reduce the costs. You increase the production and reduce the costs. Then the drilling equipment implanted with smart sensors to collect data. But the general thing is to analyze the full picture of company's production. In transportation, when you have rail cars and trucks, smart sensors, and some detectors, this will the safety and functionality of all processes. Also, industrial revolution or these sensors will be able to, I think when we went to the other place to tour, we saw some sensors whereby they detect colors. So in this case, they also use it to forecast the demand and greater accuracy and communicate the data throughout the entire supply chain and mechanize the production levels. What about 4IR and COVID-19? It is believed and clearly understood that ICT has facilitated millions of people in working from home during lockdowns, maintaining contact with friends, family, or even analyzing whether a person may be potentially infected. This is a period of working from home. We are trying to hold a conference virtually, of which like 20 years ago it was not there, but it is here now. And actually, this situation has enforced us to make sure that at least we learn these things. And even most of the companies have already, countries and companies have embraced this. So you can see that it is very easy. I know most of the companies in Uganda here have been able to work from home, and actually they need like 4 or 5 officers that can be able to maybe to avail themselves at work, those essential workers as per se. So you find that it is becoming very important and easy for us. In manufacturing, at UD, they have demonstrated this revolution very well because they have the equipments that are really working for us, whereby we find that there is, the industrial sector has adopted the following in the recent times: the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, 3D printing. Our previous speaker has been talking about it. Then advanced robotics and wearable technologies disrupting traditional methods of manufacturing and megatrend known as the fourth industrial revolution. Innovation and new manufacturing techniques. In this case, we have seen robots trying to deploy or to transport essential medical supplies. Even in Uganda, I think it is almost coming. Even in oil and gas, it is already working. Then 3D printing is filling the gap in order to provide much needed personal protective equipment for medical professionals. Artificial intelligence is allowing for superior contact tracing and development of vaccines. Contact tracing for COVID-19. Actually, it's a person, a student that was trying to develop COVID-19 contact tracing at Wutamu. Yeah, he's there. So our Deputy Executive Director, at UTAM we have enough knowledge and we have done the research. So with your guidance, you'll be able to maybe foster our research. Conclusively, for our part, UTAM and URI are making a significant contribution to the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you very much.
That was in record time. Thanks so much. Dr. Okwadi, your presentation and probably the last one. Oh, did you want to? After him? After him, or you want to come now? Oh yeah, there will be comments. Dr. Okwadi? Okay. Your presentation is not yet there. Okay, Dr. Kamgasha, did you want to say something?
I just want to a vote of thanks to the last presenter because the subject you talked about was very, very interesting because you touched on oil and gas, pipelines, and the like. So as we talk about fourth industrial revolution, the way we do things is indeed going to change. So I was really very fascinated when you were sharing. The way we used to do things before and the way we are doing things now is dramatically different. So as a process engineer myself, I wanted to share. If you look at oil and gas, which Uganda is engaged in, we are laying a pipeline from here through Tanzania to the coast. The old way, at least when I was at university, would use things like simulation because there was no other way of being able to understand or predict what might happen or monitor a pipeline and its behavior. So what you'd do, you'd use simulation models, use thermodynamic models, you'd make a lot of assumptions because I remember if you're looking at flow of an oil and gas mixture in a pipeline, you'd have to make some very heavy assumptions. Those who know about the oil and gas sector, you know that you'd assume, for example, that if the pipe bursts, there will be what they call a diabatic decompression. And then you'd calculate the release rate based on assuming it has so much inventory in it. So you'd be able to predict how much loss of material, expensive material, and then that's what you'd use to back calculate the desired response time on an emergency shutdown valve on that line. So all very, very theoretical. But now you can have remote sensors sending back real-time data of the flow. You'd know the inventory exactly. You'd know if there's a pressure, very slight pressure changes in the pipeline, that tells you there's a small leak, and so on. So loss of material through intelligent systems becomes less, safety improves because these pipelines pass through communities. So I think it's a very, very good example. I'm very excited to hear that because I hadn't actually consciously thought about 4IR and operations like that. But you can have entirely intelligent systems that are telling you what's happening across a 1,000 kilometer pipeline, and you know everything. In the old days, you'd put the pig and it is traveling, but it's giving information, there's a delay. What you see on the computer is data from 15 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. So if there's an accident, you don't have 30 minutes, the luxury of 30 minutes. So that really tells us the value of, and you can apply that across a whole range of other industries in terms of safety and loss prevention and economics. So I encourage you to continue with that thought, because if you continue with your analysis to see what it would save, let's say Total Uganda, if they had some of these systems in place. So I just really wanted to share a perspective. It's not a question, and just thank you for steering us in that direction in this forum. Thank you very much.
Oh, that was very, very good, as usual. Apply your glasses. Applying the theory to practice, especially with respect to OIR. I thought what you presented also touches on what Dr. Tukey looked at in terms of risk management. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kamugasha. Dr. Tukey, over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for giving me an opportunity again to present a paper on strengthening linkages and evaluation and research, a critical analysis of the Uganda Police Canine Unit. Again, we are three people in this project. Myself, Kizito Elem from UMI, Speciosa Birungi from MAS, that's Marine University of Science and Technology. And this paper is also an extract from a dissertation that was presented for an examination, and the degree was awarded from the University, Uganda Technology and Management University. Ideally, this master's was a master's in monitoring and evaluation. Ladies and gentlemen, before I start on this presentation, I needed to give you a practical example of how many individuals or organizations really require to have an M&E system in place. You realize that research being one of the components of an M&E system, if I may take you through the M&E system component, the organizational structure with M&E, then we have got human capacity for M&E, then we have M&E partnerships, and you realize that M&E plan is very, very important as well. M&E work plan is okay if you have it. M&E advocacy and communication and culture, then survey and surveillance, routine program, monitoring, and also supporting supervision and auditing, and the M&E data bases, evaluation and research, and finally, data dissemination and use. If you have this in place as an organization, then you know you're a complete organization. M&E is taken for granted. Very many institutions are failing to monitor and evaluate their programs because of lack of an M&E system. Ladies and gentlemen, research therefore is critical for you to be able to have the results. And this study ideally was done because of the inadequacies of evaluation and research in organization. A case study was done in the Uganda Police Canine Unit. And ladies and gentlemen, what I must say here is successful institutions throughout the globe utilize statistics generally from exploration in order to solve problems, to make better decisions. Therefore, establishment may make three categories of decisions. For instance, strategic, tactical, and operations. And from each of these categories, resolutions may be made right or wrong. Those who make respective respectable decisions analyze the situation, conduct research, while those who do not actually do research end up coming up with the decisions that may not be able to help them. Unfortunately, managers don't regard evaluation and research as a critical linkage to organizational performance. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the problem at the Canaan unit? We are looking at inappropriateness of evaluation and research based on that kind of M&E system that I have already shared. If an organization does not have an M&E system which can help right from top to bottom and from bottom to top, and you have an M&E expert, then you have issues. Therefore, this study intended to provide some solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, literature was reviewed, data was collected, and the results indicated a positive, significant relationship between evaluation and research and performance of the UPF Canine unit. As indicated, ladies and gentlemen, these were the results. As you may see them on the platform. These were the conclusions and recommendations made. We concluded that evaluation and research were found to be having a strong relationship with canine performance. Meaning when you conduct research, you benchmark from organizations that have succeeded, then you'll be able to perform very well. Based on those results, ladies and gentlemen, the study recommended that UPF should strengthen this area of evaluation and research by creating an M&E system. This can be done through benchmarking with other countries and companies that promote innovation and research in order to improve performance. Ladies and gentlemen, the study demonstrates that evaluation and research play a significant role in organization performance. Practically, we have developed an M&E framework to guide the M&E system in canine unit. The framework portrays effectiveness of M&E processes. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the framework. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by saying, winners evaluate situations, make right decisions, and then take prompt and vigorous action. That's according to Benjamin Sulalo. Thank you so much for listening to me. May God bless you. Eyala Manoy. The Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, heads of department, management of URI, ladies and gentlemen listening to me. I do not want to dominate this conference, but once an opportunity is given, I need to grab it. They normally say that successful people always grab the opportunity when it is available. And those ones who are not successful always sleep and wait for opportunities to find them where they are. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final presentation for the day. We did a study, final presentation as Team 2K, not for the whole conference. I think I was clear about that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a presentation on leadership style, workplace environment, and reward mechanisms in the Uganda Police Health Services. One would want to know, why does this man overstudy the police? I want to be very honest with you. I'm an African man, and I have been to Nigeria. I'm blessed to have a vice chancellor who comes from Nigeria. And I was given a name, Ike Chuku Michael. When I got to Nigeria, Nigerians have a saying that if you see a frog during daytime running out of the house, then you know there is a problem. What am I trying to say? As a researcher and an author who is given opportunity by organizations, is yet a combined one. It was a dissertation that was submitted to Islamic University in Uganda. That was way back in 2009. This also comes from that dissertation that I wrote myself, submitted, and it was actually one of my first master's degrees. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just one article which was extracted from many objectives. We have other objectives. We have written articles which will be presented in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, online is Dr. Menya Mohammed and Dr. Ekomolait Ongodia. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a long one, but I'll try to make it very brief. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the problem at the Uganda Police Health Services then? Because this was carried out then. Inefficiencies and ineffectiveness of the performance, especially with the health workers. I am humbled to say that I belong to the Uganda Police Health Services, but for now, I'm here as an author. Ladies and gentlemen, this study was a very comprehensive one. It involved 179 respondents who were purposefully and conveniently selected using the appropriate methodologies. Primary data was collected, secondary data was collected, content analysis was conducted for both qualitative and quantitative data. Ladies and gentlemen, the results revealed that there was a positive and significant relationship between the variables under study. And what did we conclude? Because of time, we concluded that organizations should truly respect, appreciate, and treat their employees wonderfully for you to be able to improve on your performance. We realize that sometimes some organizations have a problem with the selection of their prospects. We have also noticed that some actually people do not do recruitment, but they do selection. Meaning, it is about a know-who, not a know-how, which is really a problem. So we're saying better recruitment mechanisms, change management can actually be a very crucial aspect if we have to choose the right people who can be retained. And this is normally done by ensuring that you use the right processes. Therefore, we are bound to make the environment conducive for all employees, because the reason why people normally run away is because the environment is not conducive. Work out a better reward mechanisms. There are some people who actually are not in that organization because of money, but because of the way they are rewarded. A clap of a hand, like the way our MCs here normally try to motivate us to do, is enough. It encourages somebody to do better. Ladies and gentlemen, turnover is expensive. Not only for the cost of training, replacement, but for the hidden cost of having employees who really don't want to be there in the first place. They are not doing their best. Ladies and gentlemen, they are doing just enough work to get by until they can leave and forget being a brand ambassador. In summary, ladies and gentlemen, they always say time changes things, but you can actually have the change. You can actually have to change them yourself. That's according to Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, I would like to end here by thanking everybody for giving me an opportunity to present 6 articles. I'm really very happy for the management of URI, Wutamu, and other institutions who have made this successful. Ehela manoi in my language. Ehela manoi.
Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Tukey. You finally finished all the papers you wanted to present. There's still another conference coming. As you may have noticed, Professor Charles Kwesiga has come back as promised for that presentation. I want to request that that is presented, after which there's a very, can you make that announcement? And there's a demonstration after that, very nice demonstration for COVID-19 tracing up. Yeah, because we need to trace people who are infected. And I wanted to tell Dr. Kamugasha and Professor Kwesiga that Aine is very passionate about this. He was fearing that if you might go away before looking at it. So it's a special request that after the presentation, you please stay to look at the app. He told me that and was panicking that that you might leave. Yeah. Okay. Please welcome Professor Charles Kwesiga to present this was promised. So that is giving us some priority. Thank you so much.
I have to apologize. Here in Kampala, we do management by crisis. We're always moving from one crisis to another, but somehow things get done. I have a special guest, Victor from London. Welcome. And his friend Andrew. Yes, the due public demand have been invited back to talk about how we have been able to. Is this thing on now? Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. The presentation I'm going to make quickly is about the transformation of an institution, beginning with what I call my personal journey, because my background is closely interlinked with what I have done in transforming URI. But the two don't seem to be synchronized because I see a picture of me and in a different one. Huh? No. Think, reopen. Because it is of significance, especially to the young people, and even Professor Sadiq may not remember what happened here because he probably wasn't around. And I remember especially in the United States when Tanzania troops came and invaded Uganda. And there was a lot of academic debate. How can one country invade another African country? Is it because they are stronger? Little did they know what a blessing it was to Ugandans that we had somebody to rescue us. And but anyway, beginning with my personal journey, I go back to 1968. Unfortunately, over there you are not getting the slide. But in 1968, I was a brushing young man doing my senior 6, and I was Now, 2 years before that, 1966, I did my O-levels, which is nothing big. It's just that I did it when I was in senior 3. And so skipped senior 4. I'm told by Ugandan standards, I don't qualify to be a member of parliament because I have no record of doing senior 4. but I did senior 4 in senior 3. So, and passed well. And one of my, I think I can reveal this secret. My classmate at that time who did O-level with me happens to be another Kamugasha. Same name. And same family. Actually, the father of Dr. Kamugasha. So we did O-level together in senior 3 and passed with flying colors and went on to do A-level. That's why I keep saying it can be done at that time. But anyway, in 69, on the other hand, in 69, having attracted the attention of politicians, a politician called Obote was then the president, selected me among other 25 young, bright Ugandans to go to Russia. So instead of going to university, I went to Russia. And guess what I was doing? I was doing that. I was doing when I got there, the course 1 was organization of an infantry battalion. I said, wait a minute. Military people, they take people in the military who have not qualified to do much more. So GCE and whatever, that time, that was the norm. But here I was in the military without applying to be there. But eventually I tried to like it. When they started teaching the trajectory of a bullet, I really liked it because this was physics. And but then even in the other performances, I was so confident that I was a star in class. So ultimately, I enjoyed the course, and I came back with a certificate as an infantry company commander, and worked in Uganda government, in president's office, as a military person, but also doing office work. So they, but after a short stint, a very comfortable existence. You know, when you turn 21 and you own an apartment on Uganda Road, you know that is good life. But by January 1971, things changed. And Idi Amin took over government on the 25th of January, 1971. And on 4th February, I was taken to Ruzira Maximum Security Prison. So now I was in political detention. Suffered there for over a year. I was there for 1 year. The end was, it was almost a disaster because among the people that we were at one point transferred from Ruzira prison to the prison in Mutukura, the border of Tanzania. And out of the 625 prisoners who were transferred there, only 64 of us came out alive. The rest were executed in that place. That is the background of this country of ours. So when you see yourselves, when you look at skirmishes at elections and you get excited, we've seen the real mess You can imagine losing so many people and even digging graves where they were buried, mass graves and stuff like that. I look back, I just thank God that I came back still. I'm assuming I'm still very sane. And so that is, the footage is back. That is me. And in Russia, yes, that was at Vistara Academy. And that picture has a significant impact on, had a very interesting experience. Yes. So, yeah, when you see me decorated, it's because of the recent activities, but earlier on, I was also in. Now, and you know, it is interesting that a lot of generals of today, from General Katumba Wamala, General Koreta, General Tumwine, General Mugishamuntu, a lot of those went to the same academy, only that they went there much later, because me, I was there in 1969. They were there, they went there in 1986. So I'm their senior. Now, so if I had stayed, I would be either a general or a dead general. But anyhow, so anyway, after that young man I was with there, I'm on the right, and the guy on the left was called Mr. Musundi from Bale. And during the weekend of the coup, he left me at the Uganda Road where we had our apartments and moved to Waisi to stay with a girlfriend because he was smelling danger in the air. Unfortunately for him, after they declared the coup on the 25th, on the 26th, there was a lot of jubilation in that Waisi area, actually all over Kampala. And that pandemonium, the girlfriend calls the soldier, says one of them is here. And they took him to Makindi and bludgeoned him to death that day. Yeah. So me, I survived a few more days, and then on the 4th of February, as I said, I was taken in and started. Anyway, when I came out on the 9th of February, 1972, I was on the run for some time until the pressure was on, so I had to run away. And on the I found my way out. Got some documentation to allow me to cross the border. And once I got the documentation, I went to Kabale to say bye to my people. And I had to go to the district commissioner to get a movement permit. I needed a visa in my own country to get a movement permit from Kabale to Kampala. And that was on 2nd of May. And on the 4th of May, I landed in Nairobi at the bus station there. Very quickly got a job with as a trainee for civil aviation. I got a job as a trainee for civil aviation, trained at Wilson Airport and the Kenya Polytechnic. Got my certifications and started working as an engineering technician for telecommunications, and rose through very quickly. Got all the ratings I needed. By 1975, I could even close Entebbe Airport, Nairobi Airport, if I felt the conditions warranted that. And but anyway, in the interim, by 1974, I said I do. to a Kenyan lady. And up to now, I'm married to her. I don't know how she makes it, but there we are. so by 1982, I got a good, I got a good job, and that is me in Los Angeles, 1985, when I was manager of an industrial engineering department for a company that had 3,000 employees. And that picture, by the way, was taken by Shaka Sali when he was at UCLA, and I was in Los Angeles for a conference. And so he was practicing his photography. And so I gave him the opportunity to make history. So by 1994, I invited my parents to America for just have a good time. And they came and lived with me for about 3 months. And I had a very, very interesting experience with them because, for example, one day because of the problem of language, my wife doesn't speak my local language. My parents were not educated. So I had to hang around a lot to interpret, translate between my parents, my kids, and my wife. So one day my mother is sitting with me in the living room, and she looks out the picture window and says, "Hey, son, are those the owners of this house?" I said, "No, this is my house." She says, "They are cutting grass." I said, "Yeah, they are workers." She says, "But they are white." I said, "You mean white people don't work for a living?" She says, "But they can work, but can they work for a Muchiga?" I said, "Well, they are doing that now." So that's when I found out that my father had been a houseboy at some white man's home in Kabari. And now I said, "Okay, you cleaned after them. Now they should clean after you." So we had a wonderful time. So that is another memorable picture. You see the granary. That's the homestead where I grew up. Next to the granary is a goat house, and so on. And where that granary was is now that house. So that my kids can, when they come from America, they can enjoy a similar lifestyle. Otherwise, they would have, if they came to that other homestead, they probably would never come back. So that is me now, the kingmaker. Those guys that were politicians who are coming to look for support. That's in 2002. And the guy in the middle wanted to be lieutenant governor of the state of Ohio. The one on the right wanted to be Cuyahoga County commissioner. And they came to my business as a bar and restaurant as a side business. And they were begging for votes and support from me. So somebody goes there as a literally a refugee, but a refugee with a scholarship, and ends up with wielding influence in the political process. So that is, that's part of my family. A picture was taken in 2015. The guy on the left is a Kenyan friend who became my friend, one of my first friends I made when I got in Kenya. He's a Kikuyu, but he has been a very, very close friend of mine. And next to him is my youngest daughter, Joy, and he is her godfather. Joe is currently a deputy principal in a school in Baltimore, Maryland, USA. Next to her is Derek, my son. And he now works in Cleveland, Ohio. But most of you have met him. He lived in Kampala for quite some time. Next to him is my wife, who retired as a director of finance and administration in a company that she worked in Cleveland, Ohio for 33 years. Next to her is Maria, who's currently here in Kampala. She's a public health professional, been a consultant for a company based in UK, but she's been working in the East African, Eastern Central Africa region. So next to her is some guy I met the other day. So that is my family together. There's one lady in there, second from right, next to Derek, and that is, I think I have another picture of her. That's the one. That's my firstborn. Now a full professor at a university in Rhode Island, with a very highly credentialed lady and a very, very prolific academic. So what is URI about? Again, I had to come back to talk about transformation of a facility. And so but you see, it is that background that gives me the grit, okay, the determination, the resilience. Okay? I'm never easily discouraged. It just can't come from a death row and start whining and dining with the presidents. And then somebody says, oh, no, somebody was beaten up at the primary election. So it doesn't sway me. Okay. So the mandate of URI, I think we have been talking about it over and over, but our mission is to catalyze the socio-economic transformation of Uganda through enhanced technology use. But we have gone beyond Uganda now, because as a center of excellence for East African community, we definitely have become more regional than just national. I will not go through I will go straight to transformation now. What have we transformed? If I take the baseline year of 2005, remember I came here in 2004. But the first job I did as a presidential advisor on AGOA, after 6 months, I said to the president, look, I can't waste your time and don't want to waste mine either. This project is going nowhere and therefore I'm quitting. And the president said, what's wrong? I explained why things were not working. He says, okay, before you quit on me, you go to this institution the Chinese built and see if you can turn it around, because it has had nobody to take care of it. So I came to URI, the other campus. And this is what I found. I found 44 people with no sense of direction. If you ask any one of them, say, what do you do here? Whatever comes. I say, so what has come lately, like in the last 6 months? Then he goes away grumbling. Man thinks he's still in America, you know. I mean, but we pulled up, worked hard. Who is here that was with me in 2005? I know Kumu was. Oh, Kumu, yeah, that one. What was your job then? What was your job? You did what? I know. I know one time, one of the major activities was driving the Chinese around in a Chinese, in our van that the Chinese had appropriated themselves. And so, but I'm sorry, but I'm on call. This is one call I cannot afford to miss. So, anyway, so we grew this institution and okay, first of all, they gave us a right to structure. Okay. And once we did that, we reduced the herds from 44 to 22, 2 of whom were drivers without vehicles to drive. But they had been hired anyway. So we grew from that, and by 2015, we had a workforce of competent, motivated employees. At the payroll was 250. So we grew from the abyss. We had infrastructure that was pathetic. That was a conference hall. And I think Okumu has memories of that. Now, Dr. Kamgasha, by the time you came in, we still had that. Eh? Yeah, okay. It is there, but it is looking very different. It looks like that. Okay. That's what I call transformation. We had technologies that somehow had lost their way to the museum and ended up at URI. And so you had machinery that couldn't, it was not operational, but we had it anyway. And anyway. By 2015, we are beginning to see modern machinery. And of course, now you have seen what we have here. We had even 9 technical advisors, 7 Chinese, 2 Europeans. And I would ask the Chinese especially, say, what do you do? I'm a specialist in winding motors. I said, but how many motors did you wind last year? And he would say, Uganda, slow, slow. I said, if Uganda slow, then you go. I mean, why pretend that you have technical advisors who are doing absolutely nothing other than enjoying our weather? There was one who said he was a professor of chemistry. His wife was a professor of microbiology. And I said, but what language do you use to profess to these people? Because they have no knowledge of Chinese, and absolutely your language skills in English are 0. So this is really a mismatch. You can't. So eventually I had to say, get lost, man. So and all they were doing actually was, they were doing us a disservice, always talking about how hopeless the situation is in Uganda. If you're not coming here to help, then get out of the way. The budget was a miserable 300 million shillings in 2004. I think it was 400 million in 2005. And with that kind of money, really, what was one supposed to do? You know, cars these days cost more than that. 1 car. So, of course, we pulled, we improved on that. We had a fleet of 1 vehicle that couldn't move. That was the kind of vehicle we had. And you always had to park it on an incline. But in that particular case, even the rear tire was flat. So that's what we had. The Chinese had the Chinese with Okumu had monopolized the van that we had, and but they also had a Chinese official driver, but because he could hardly speak English, Okumu was I don't know how were you communicating with him anyway. I think they were using sign language. Right? Anyway, then we had a double cabin that the deputy ED had, and that was courtesy of FAO that had given him the double cabin. Yeah. You know, if Kamgasha came at that time, he would have just run away. It was a pathetic situation. And we had an Isuzu Trooper, which the garage possessed because we couldn't pay the repair bill. It was crazy. Right? I was able to move around because, as I told you initially, my initial appointment was with the president's office, and so when I was given this assignment, I came with a vehicle that was registered under State House. That's how I was able to move. Otherwise, by 2015, we had improved significantly. Oh yeah, we had a Pajero, we had a Prado, we had a Nissan Patrol, we had double cabins, 7 of them, and we had even a Land Cruiser. Yeah, it was. Ultimately, we had become of age. That's what I can say. That is the trajectory of our budget allocation. Starting in the abyss, right in the bottom of the pit, and progressing well. Now, the previous speaker was talking about selecting the right people. And again, you can do a reality check. If you look right up in the middle, before we started making about 12 billion, okay, we had started at about 400 million, moved to about 3 billion. Then we stayed there to, then the fourth financial year, we had grown to 4 billion. The year after that, we were above close to 6 billion. Now, at that time, we were, of course, hiring people. But when you have a budget that small, what kind of accountant can you hire? What qualifications can you afford? What experience can you afford? And so we started off with people that were really would very soon rise to the level of incompetence. But there's a psychologist who talked about that management. I think it's a Peter principle, something like that. So sometimes affordability determines what caliber of people you hire. And the only way that Dr. Kamgasha came and stayed with us was he really loved his country. Otherwise, I couldn't afford him for quite some time. In fact, I think we started off with having him as a consultant, because I couldn't afford him on a full-time basis. So we've come a long way. That's what I'm trying to emphasize. But we have made it, I think. How did we do it? I think is everybody's question. How did we transform? One day I invited a team of development partners, FAO, GIZ, USAID, and I tried to make a pitch, say, people, you know how your countries have developed. Give us a chance, support this institution. Otherwise, there is no way in hell we're going to make it as a country. And after making a pitch, I also had a PowerPoint present using my own equipment because the institute couldn't afford the equipment, a projector and a personal computer. So after making that, I said, okay, let's go to another room. There was a room that was masquerading as a boardroom. So as we were going there, somebody came and thought he was whispering, but he talked loud enough for these people to hear that they had cut off our power for non-payment. So at that time, the guy from GIZ said, look, we only sponsor government priorities. But if they can't even pay your utility bill, you are not yet a priority. So when you become a priority, please come back. At that point, I said, okay. So that night, I thought hard. I said, look, I posed a question to myself. How do you lobby and promote this cause? Because there is a very, very small difference between a beggar and a salesman. What I was doing was begging, and yet you get more returns when you sell the idea. And that changed my approach completely. Okay, because the salesman says, this is good for you, pay me and you take it. A beggar says, if you don't give me what to eat tonight, I'm dead. Who gets more? So from there, I said, we must promote this institution. And how do we do that? First of all, what is our mission really? A lot of institutions go by what the parliamentary statute says. But in the reality of what was happening, we had to do it a little differently, clarify our mission, and therefore determine what we need to accomplish that mission. So this is similar to what I showed earlier about enterprise. You look at URI as an enterprise. You look at UTAM as an enterprise. And what does it take to make that enterprise work? SWOT analysis, a lot of us who have been through MBAs and so on have been trained in SWOT analysis. But a lot of times, they just end there with qualitative statements. And I'm saying there is a tool that can quantify those statements, and so that you can make a conscious decision. And that tool is really what is SWOT analysis. The other one is a SWOT matrix, but the analysis will yield for you the direction that should be taken. In our short SWOT analysis, we realized that we were more in the quadrant of strength and opportunity. Opportunity meaning this was virgin territory, the third world country, strong in that you had government support. We had already some semblance of infrastructure and so on. But in 2005, we would have had to pursue the leverage strategy because we were more in the quadrant of threats and weaknesses. They were almost closing it down, actually, as an institute. Start over. In fact, one of my assignments was to do just that. But we we decided growth strategy was the way to go. Moving around, and I'm sure all of you have experienced this, there's a lot of waste of time depending upon who you are dealing with. There are people who are highly knowledgeable but are not enthusiastic about development. There are people who are very enthusiastic. They talk a lot, but they have no idea what they are talking about. Then there are weak links, the peasants who just don't even know they are poor. Everything depends on luck. If you give him something, he's lucky. I mean, what we are looking for are people who are knowledgeable and they care. Now, a lot of our people we work with in academia and so on, a number of them are so self-centered that they belong to that category of bystanders. They know a lot, but they really don't care about anything other than themselves. I saw a number of them yesterday at, there's this new business of these scientists who are coming to save us from COVID. And some of them have no clue what the hell they are talking about. But because of self-interest, they are trying to draw attention to themselves as, we have developed a ventilator. Really? Can I look at it? It's not quite ready yet, but we know what we are doing. Mr. President, we shall deliver. I said, okay. So we have to be conversant with the population and don't waste time talking to people who are not going to add value to what you are trying to do. Okay? They don't add value to that. I don't care what the platitudes are. Another strategy was to broaden horizons and seek alliances. You seek alliances with those who are willing to work with you in the first place and who have something to offer. So that situation, I was entering an MOU with the National Science and Technology Development Agency of Thailand. And again, I always said, man, I did again. Even there, I do. That was a glorious moment in 2011 when I entered an MOU with the Council for Science and Industrial Research of South Africa. And as fate would have it, we are signing off these MOUs in the presence of two presidents, President Zuma, South Africa, and President Museveni. And I used that picture for a long time to influence things. Good, take advantage of. I think how often do you get an MOU witnessed by two presidents? We knew on the journey to success. There, I met an old friend of mine from Turkey. I had last met him in the 80s in San Diego, California. And when I became president of Whitero, we had a board meeting in Turkey, and there he was. So in Bali, what are you doing here? I said, I am the president of this institution. I said, okay. Fond memories, and we're exchanging mementos there. People in Trinidad and Tobago have been my good friends. And my admiration for them was how a small country, 1.3 million people, hold sway so much and get put to use the oil and gas commodity and develop their country to the level they have done. In Trinidad and Tobago, you don't talk about unemployment. You don't, it is indigenization there is amazing. And so people like that will definitely be my friends. Understanding the environment in which you operate is also very, very important in the transformation process. And of course, seminar events, things that have happened to push us to the next level, many major accomplishments. I'm sure you're going to be talking about those. But the one I cherished the most was when Uhuru Kenyatta, President of Kenya, came to Kampala to give me a plaque declaring URI as a center of excellence in R&D for East African community. And I was okay. There are many challenges, but I like that one. You can read that cartoon. I have a great idea for a startup company. All I need is a seed investor and an engineer to do all the work. And Dilbert says, I believe the economic term for what you have is nothing. But you have a lot of those. Okay? Don't waste your time with such. Another very prestigious achievement was when I became president of World Association of Industrial Technological Research Organizations. And by the company I was keeping, I was elected in August of 2014 in Copenhagen. And look at the company I was keeping. My first vice president was from Fraunhofer organization in Germany, which has had 24,000 scientists and engineers in their research department. Second vice president, Ilya Kwatsha from Trinidad and Tobago, was representing me in the Caribbean, and South America. Secretary General, Dr. Rohani, was from Sirim Bahad in Malaysia. The lady at the top, that is Her Royal Highness Princess Sumaya, was representing us in Middle East and North Africa. Because in matters like this, the Arabs and the Middle East and North Africa, they tend to work together. And they leave us, the Sub-Saharan Africa, to mind our own business. But when it comes to political decisions at the UN, then they're Africans. I'm sure you have experienced that, Sadi. So, representing me in, oh, by the way, that princess is now the current president. Representing me in Latin America was Ruben Cruz from Medellin, Colombia. Governor Dr. Yang Voot was representing me in the Asian Pacific. Then David Twait was representing me in Europe. And the lady was, Dr. Hamanga was representing me in Sub-Saharan Africa. But if you lead and no one is following, you are only taking a walk. And therefore, I salute you, Dr. Kamgasha, that I am not taking just a walk. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. This was really a very wonderful journey. Professor Zach, I think you have to say something about this, just in 2 minutes. Then we'll go for a demonstration.
You prepare the demonstration. demonstration. Yes, it is quite interesting, honestly. What we learn from this is the fact that you shouldn't give up. If you look at Prof. Charles Kwesiga's life, it's actually almost reflects the journey Yuri has taken from nothing to where we are now. And when you look at the homestead, the one original homestead where Professor Kwesiga was, the parents, it almost makes one shed tears to see a man now of so much importance and achievement, having come from parents, a father who was a houseboy, if I got it correct, with some white fellows, a mother who couldn't speak English, and here we are. So his story is actually the story of Yuri. One can understand how Professor Kwesiga and even here, Dr. Kamugasha have turned tables for Yuri. Because if you have lived that transition in your life, that transformation, you probably can, well, it's not easy, but you can transform places the same way you were transformed. I think it is a big, big achievement, much more than those who were fed on a silver spoon from childhood. I think we have a lot to learn as Wutamu, especially on transformation. We need to grasp some of those practical lessons. I do believe we have obtained that presentation. Yeah, we have it. And I want to really thank Prof. Kwesiga for candidness to share a story many people would fear to do. You know, people here fear to tell us their histories. I sometimes find it the same kind of situation when I talk of my village life back. I'm from Nakaseke personally, Bulemezi. And you tell people that, no, over there, the majority don't even have mobile phones yet, or smartphones, or how we used to play in the mud, fetch water, look after cattle. And when you tell somebody, yes, from there, I was in the US, Australia, South Africa, UK, they can't believe it. You say, yeah, but you can. I think that is the message we are getting from Professor Kwesiga. Honestly, story to hang on to. I think I was telling this to the young man over there yesterday, that you guys don't think that the people you see driving big cars, Pajeros and so on, were born in them. They worked for these things. Some people worked for these things. They didn't rob anybody. They simply worked. So it's a message that should go to the youngsters I see here seated and those watching, that please let your current situations not discourage you from achieving, from thinking ahead, from becoming another Professor Kwesiga, from becoming another Dr. Kamugasha here, and the rest of us, Professor Sadiq over here, Zaki over here, and so many others. We shouldn't be always crying. People have made it. An example has been given to us. Thanks again to Professor Charles Kwesiga. And thank you guests for attending this, coming to us. What is next? Your demonstration? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Zake, our DVC Utamu. Our Deputy Executive ED at UID here. We are privileged to inform you that, as I mentioned about the COVID-19 tracing app, at Utamu, we are beyond, we are very far. Actually, you need us to do partnership, and we make money in Africa and the whole world. We have our brilliant students who have been able to develop an app. It is called the COVID tracing application. And it is led by Mr. Norbert Mwebaze and Mr. Derek Mugisi. Please, you can come here and demonstrate your application before our hosts. Yes, it's there. Come.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to present the COVID-19 Tracer app. And this basically manages the tedious task of identifying the contacts of COVID-19. Our team is from Utamu. I'm Derek Mugisa, and this is my colleague, Norbert Mwebaze. We are software engineers, and we basically provide solutions for the different technological problems, and we are students at Utamu. We are here to present the COVID-19 Tracer app. It manages the tedious task of identifying the contacts of COVID-19 patients. Now, how this works is simple. It uses your Bluetooth and GPS to identify any other user that has the app that comes into close proximity. Proximity of a distance of 5 meters and in a time of 5 minutes, because that is time enough for someone to have, in case there's contact, that's time enough for someone to have passed on the disease to you. So we have a simple demo for the app. And my colleague Norbert Mwebaze is going to demo the app.
Thank you. My name is Norbert Mwebaze. So this is the application, as you can see on your screens. I've started, I cleared my data so that I start it all afresh. Well, we're getting started now. First of all, you select the language you want to use. There is English, which we're going to use. Then we can get started. These are the terms of use. We continue. Then these are the different information. So now we set up our phone to start using the application. First of all, you're going to have to enable your location to start using the application. Now, after you enable, I finish setup. Now, well, the number of users of this application are still low. That's why you see that there are no known contacts around me. But I'll explain to you later a scenario how we are going to get all these contacts. And now you can have a look at the dashboard. My location has been activated because it's part of the 2 parameters we use to get your data: location and low-level Bluetooth signals. And then the language English. Choose health authority. You can choose a health authority of your own liking. Let's say I'm in Barara. I want to use the hospital. I can use that as my trusted source. And then latest news. We get Tracer news, and then we put, and they work in tandem with the Ministry of Health. So this is from the Ministry of Health portal. If the internet was more stable, you'd have seen some information, the latest numbers and all. And then now exposure history. Currently, I cleared my data, but if I had the data, it would have shown, because our application collects your data for a period of 28 days. So it would have shown my last 28 days. If I've been in touch, if it was green, it would mean that I've not been in touch with anyone known. If it was orange, it would have been that I've been in touch with someone who is positive or a contact of a positive person. But my data currently shows no known contact. And then if I test positive, I have to share my location history, because this is how the ministry is going to get to know that that you're positive, and this is how it's going to get your contacts. Now, if I share my location data, I'll share it either on WhatsApp, Bluetooth, Gmail, whatever the ministry wants, whatever works for them most appropriately. And now I'll have to give you a scenario. Of how we are going to get the people's data. Now, if I'm to give a scenario of is Derek, I'm Norbert. Let's say Derek and Norbert, we are here standing next to each other. Okay, let's say we met in City Square. We don't know each other, we're next to each other, we're waiting for a taxi. But after I go home, Derek goes his own way. But after Derek is tested positive, and this information, Ministry of Health relays it to our people, because currently we're trying to work with the Ministry of Health to have every information that the Ministry of Health gets. So Derek will have tested positive and his data will be in our system. Now, Norbert, I'll continue living my life normally, but while we were together, while we were next to each other, we didn't really interact. But low-level Bluetooth signals, or you can call them beacons, they were shared. So while they were shared, Derek's data will be sent. They'll send to me that one of your, because it's anonymous data, they won't tell me that Derek was next to me. They'll tell me that one of the people you are next to tested positive. So they'll send me a notification that someone tested positive. So you have two options: self-isolate or report yourself to the Ministry of Health. And the third parameter will be I share my location data to the ministry, so that they also start tracing my contacts, and then the cycle of tracing continues. And yeah, that's basically how this is how we are going to get people's data, so that we use contact tracing. And there's an issue of privacy, and that's why I say that after 28 days, people's data it's deleted, so that you won't have a worry that my data has been kept. They are probably surveilling me or anything. That's with issues of privacy, we are a clean application. Thank you.
Is found infected. Now, how do I get to you without you having given your contact to him or somebody else? Because you met the taxi or in the taxi. He doesn't know you. You don't know him. Ministry has a record, he's infected. How do we get to you? Yes.
Now, me as a user, while we were next to each other, keys were exchanged. The Bluetooth signals I'm saying were exchanged. So in the system, he's positive. So Ministry of Health will send a message to me. It won't tell me that I won't really need his contact or any of his information, but it will send a signal to me, that an alert to me, that this person you are next to was tested positive. And that's because of the low-level signals, because we are both users, but the Bluetooth is transmitting signals. No, it's not. You don't have to switch on the Bluetooth. It's working with low-level Bluetooth signal. You don't really need to switch off. Yeah.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your beautiful presentation. It's awesome to see material coming from our university, and with this particular knowledge coming into play, and we combine our partnership with URI and other institutions that are actually in need of technology and management, I see us growing to greater heights. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Let's give them a clap. So I've been redundant today because I let Thomas Saine to do the thing, and he has handled it well. And I'm grateful that he has given me a chance to actually finalize this. I'll repeat my names again for the interest of other people. Eugene Miheso Swinaston is my name. I'm a part-time lecturer in Utamu. I'm an IT expert. I'm also a business management expert. And I tally in all the waters, especially in project management. At this moment, I would like to welcome our Vice Chancellor to close down our conference, Professor Sadiq.
Finally. Yes, it has been 3 days of serious work, and I'm so happy to stand here this afternoon to say that on behalf of the university, I would like to especially thank the Executive Director, Professor Kwesiga, the Deputy Director, Dr. Dick Kamugisha, whom I just met a few days ago, though we spoke on phone. It has been a great pleasure meeting you and seeing this wonderful place. And I also want to thank the entire staff of URI for hosting this conference for the last 3 days. We are really, really appreciative to be in this great hall. And I hope that we are going to use this hall many more times, because we as an academic environment, we are going to continue to host conferences, workshops. And I think the hall is great for such facilities. And we are happy we are the first to launch it for this conference. And we are really grateful to the institution. I want to thank Dennis too, the public relation officer who has also worked with us tirelessly for the last, just before and after or during the conference. Thanks to Professor Kwesiga for that, for the inspiring story on how he took URI from where it was to where it is now. We need inspiring talks like that to motivate the young academics who are coming up to know that you shouldn't give up. Once you continue to knock and knock, the doors will open. Nobody is going to take Africa to where it wants to go to. It's us. We have to take the bulls by the horn, and will not allow us to lag behind. So TAMU is very privileged to partner with URI. So we hope to benefit from this experience and the facilities that you have here, so that we can actually take Africa to the next level. Because I do believe that with the facilities that are here, we can practically do quite a number of things, especially with the young talents that are coming out of the university. We just give an example right now of what TAMU students are actually doing. And some of the exhibitions you saw the first day of the conference, also a testimony that we have talents. All they need is an environment where they can actually practice. And I think that URI can actually provide that, because with the facilities that you have, I think those who are interested in embedded systems, who are interested in artificial intelligence, data, mining and all that, will really benefit from here. And I think we can bring out we can use this place to come up with new innovations. So we are looking forward to work with you to do great things, especially with our campus coming up in Matuga. It's a 20-acre campus, and like I said yesterday, it's going to be an entrepreneurial ecosystem where startups will be generated, and we hope that with Matuga, with Yuri, Utamu will be the MIT of Africa. That's where we are heading, and I hope we're going to get there. So Utamu is very, 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 very lucky to have Yuri as its partner, and most especially, most of you, I don't know if you heard us yesterday when we said that Professor Kwesiga is a member of our University Senate and also a member of our University Council. So we'll continue to work together as we move together. His story also reminds me of similar to what I had also gone through when I came to this country about 15 years ago. I had just finished my PhD and KIU came calling that they need people to help them establish the first private medical school in Uganda and also the first private medical teaching hospital in Uganda. When I came to Ishaka, which is about 400 kilos from here, I got there at about 10 p.m. and the whole place was pitch dark. And immediately I wanted to go back to Nigeria. It was 10 years of serious hard work. And today KIU probably is one of the best medical school in Uganda compared to Makerere. And it's a lot of serious work that was actually put up there. So when I listened to him, I think I have an idea where he was, where you guys were coming from. It's really hard, especially when you are in government. I was in private sector, so it was much easier. But being in government with all the fundings and everything that goes through, I can imagine. So when we fixed the date of this conference about 6 months ago, we did not envisage COVID pandemic, but the pandemic it brought out innovativeness of Utamu from all of us. Initially, we were told this conference can't take place, and we said no, it has to go on. It must go on. So we put our team together with the help of Yuri. This conference is possible. Most people attended online compared to physical attendance. So for the last 3 days, when we tabulated people who have attended both on the Zoom platform, Facebook, and YouTube, we have more than 100 participants coming from 7 different countries, as I was checking: Liberia, South Africa, UK, Nigeria, of course, Uganda. So we received over 100 abstracts, and we accepted about 40 of the abstracts, and 21 of them were presented in this conference, plus 5 plenary lectures. So in my opinion, it was a huge success beyond what we actually envisaged. So we want to thank all our plenary speakers and the conference participants, both those who attended online and those who attended physical, for attending and making this conference successful. All the authors will be contacted to prepare a full manuscript for publication in our journal. We have a journal called International Journal of Technology and Management, which is online. And as this conference is over, we're going to send you the book of abstracts, and then we request you to send your papers in for publication. Even the plenary speakers, I think that Professor Zake has requested Professor Kamugisha to send in his full letter, which I think will really very good for us to have them archived in the journal, because all the presentations, the plenary speakers were quite good, and everything that was said get towards the theme of the conference. So I can declare this conference, I'm not boasting, but I can declare it a huge success. Honestly, to have this success without or with the resources that were available to us, it gives me great hope that Utamu will go a long way, especially when we have partners like like Yuri. I must tell members that, and people who are watching online, we did not use the service of any service provider. There was no conference management team. Everything that has been going on in the last 3 days were in-house. We used our team, the team from Yuri, and we are able to do this. So we did not take any help from or give out. We got a lot of, how would you call it? Proposals from different service providers. We can do this, we can do that. But I told Professor Zake, no. If we're a university of technology and this is the time to showcase what we can do, we have to do everything from in-house. So everything you've seen so far were produced from UTAMO, and I'm very, very happy about that. And that this means that we can actually go places. So thank you to the organizing committee, Professor Zake and your team, Professor Mata, Dr. Kamugisha, Dennis, Anita, Roy, Mary, Aine Thomas, Eugene, the technical team that was headed by Dr. Johnson, Obed, Emma, and the rest of the guys. You've been amazing, and we are really, really grateful. Dr. Tukey, thank you for coming to talk to us about your work with police. I hope with those presentations, you are going to bring police on board so that we can actually assist them to put their house in order. I can tell you that we have a lot of things to offer them in the sense that with your M&E and your risk management, and even when it comes to forensic medicine, forensic technology, we can really work with the police to make them a better place. So we're looking forward for you to bring them on board and we work with them and we can take UTAMO to a new place. So members, participants, I would request you to join us. I want to invite you again to join us next year as we host another, because it's going to be every year. We're going to host another amazing conference, God's willing, next year. So I hope all of you will also join us next year and we'll put up another big show. It will be better. And after all that has been said and done, I want to bring this conference to an end. And thank you very much for attending. And we hope to see you next year. Thank you very much.
Don't leave yet. You cannot pray as we start, then close without prayer. It's very important. So let's first pray. Yeah. Lord Almighty Father, we come before you this afternoon. You made us travel. You have enabled us to access the internet. And you have enabled us to have a successful conference today, Father. We come before you, Father, and we dedicate each and everything and all the glory and all the power and all the honor back to you, Father, because we know this conference will have not been successful without you in it. We are thankful and we return all to you back, Almighty. We are grateful and we thank you. In Jesus' name we pray.